Okay, why don't we get started? This is Kit Dahl. I am a council staff and responsible for our fishery ecosystem plan and related activities, including this Climate and Communities Initiative. And welcome everybody to this second workshop in a series of 4 that we're running under our climate change scenario planning exercise as part of the initiative. And that's probably about all I am going to say. That our facilitator, Jonathan Starr, is going to be running most of this workshop. So I'm going to turn it over to him and let him take us forward. Okay, Jonathan.
All right, Kit, thanks very much. And if I can have the chance to share a screen as you're kind of setting that up, thank you. Let me say thanks very much to all of you who've been able to spare the time to join for today and tomorrow. Really appreciate that. I am going to, I just want to check, Kit, I'll ask you first. Are you able to see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so as I say, thanks very much for everyone for joining this this implications and actions workshop. I just want to spend maybe 5 or 10 minutes setting the scene, reminding us what we're doing here, and for many of you who've been involved in this process up until now, will be a reminder. For any of you who this is a new part of the process, welcome and thanks very much for joining us. First off, the overall project objectives of what we're doing here. This is a project that has been going on for around about a year, a little more than that. The Pacific Fishery Management Council is clearly very exercised by what's going on regarding climate change, and so we've been using this technique of scenario planning really to do 2 things. First off, as an exploration of how shifting stock availability or distribution of stock and other factors, how that might affect West Coast fishing communities in general in future. And by in future, we're really looking at over the course of the next 20 years. So how might climate change and other factors affect stock availability? And then how might that affect West Coast fishing communities? We don't know the answer to this. We can't predict it precisely. And therefore, that's why we're using this technique called scenario planning, which I'll explain a little bit more about. And then as an output of this process and informed by this process, we want to be defining and developing some tools, some products that we think will be helpful to help fishing communities and fishery managers react to potential future states. So in a situation of uncertainty, when we don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future, are there things that we should be doing to help us in those kinds of positions? So that's really the 2 kind of project objectives. It's all about looking forward into, let's say, the next 20 years of what might be in store for West Coast fishing. Here's a description of how we're running through this process, and because in some ways it's very appropriate. We're focusing on Northern California today. We often think about this in scenario planning as a Golden Gate process. You see the suspension bridge there. We started this back over a year ago, where we were thinking about what are the factors that could affect West Coast fishing in the next 20 years and beyond. We did a lot of research around that. We held a scenario creation workshop just about a year ago to the week or maybe next week down in Garden Grove in Southern California. And the scenarios that kind of came out of that were then developed further during the summer of 2020, where we looked specifically at deepening and developing those scenarios, paying particular attention to various different fishery management plans and thinking about what these scenarios meant for coastal pelagic species, what it meant for highly migratory, what it meant for groundfish, what it meant for salmon, and so on. And so we did a lot of work around that, and you probably have seen the output of that. Where we're now taking this is, so if up until now we've been developing, we've been creating the scenarios what we're now doing is using those scenarios to think about what are the implications for West Coast fishing, and particularly what are the things that we should be doing to prepare for the future. And so, as Kit mentioned earlier, we're now in a series of 4 what I'm going to call implications workshops. We held Southern California in December. This is our Northern California one. We have ones in Oregon and Washington to come in the next few weeks. And then as a result of that, there will be a report to council. There'll be an initial report to council in March, and then we'll be continuing with some strategy development and getting that across through the next part of the year. So this is a really important part of this conversation. It's really saying, using these scenarios, what is it that we as members of the fishing community should be doing to prepare for the future? Okay. Just a reminder that this is going to be focused on Northern California, and when we did Southern California before the holidays, we focused that very much on everything from the southern border of the U.S. up to Point Conception, and so therefore Northern California is taking the rest of this. So think about it in many ways as Northern California and Central California, as it were, everywhere from north of Point Conception right up to the California-Oregon border. So that's really the focus of our attention today and tomorrow. And you'll see the way in which we're going to use this, this kind of geographic constraint, but then also we'll be thinking about various different constituents who might be affected by these scenarios. So the 3 workshop objectives that we'll be focusing on in the next 2 days. Firstly, we want to identify the regional implications or aspects of these scenarios. So that's why we are putting a particular focus here on Northern California today and tomorrow. And we're going to be outlining the particular challenges and opportunities facing various stakeholders under each of these scenarios. Up until now, we've created this material with a fairly general viewpoint. But what we want to do today is to think about, well, particularly what would it mean for harvesters if we were facing a world like this? Or what would it mean for fishery managers? Or what would it mean for coastal communities? So we're going to be identifying the specific challenges and opportunities, and you'll have the chance to think in terms of what a harvester is facing and so on. And then the third objective is to identify potential actions required to prepare for a future of uncertainty. So therefore, we're not just, thinking in academic terms here about what might be happening. We're really trying to get down to, well, what should we do now to prepare for the future that could be out there? Just a quick note on agenda. As we're all very much aware now, I'm sure a lot of us have been on a lot of online and Zoom calls over many, many months. It's hard to put a really kind of full day together just in terms of people's ability to focus. You don't want to spend too much time on screens. So what we've come up with here is we're going to spend basically 2.5 hours of a morning and of an afternoon, and then the same tomorrow, but with a long break in the middle. And so this morning, we're going to be spending our time thinking about the regional aspects of the scenarios. We'll break at 11:30. We'll also have a break mid-session. Then we'll come back at 2 in the afternoon. We'll talk about the stakeholder challenges and opportunities and run that until around 4:30. We'll come back tomorrow morning, start at 9. We'll run till 11:30, thinking about actions, and then we'll wrap up tomorrow afternoon with a session about the priority actions that we might look at across all the different scenarios.
His application form.
Okay.
And the woman he's speaking to.
Sorry, I've got someone who's not on mute at the moment. Just want to check on that.
A copy of his.
Everyone else hear that?
His fishing permit, like an actual scanned copy of his.
So what I would like to do now is just spend a bit of time just making sure that we all know who's on the call. You can see through the participant list. And what I think I'll do is I've got the participant list in front of me. I'm going to stop sharing my screen at the moment, and then I'll ask if it's okay, if you can, and if you're able and comfortable to, please feel free to just click onto your video when I ask you to introduce yourself. And what I'd like you to do is maybe just give us your name, give us the affiliation, your organization, how you're connected in with the fishing community, and then just tell us something about maybe what you've learned over the past 10 months of this, this crazy time that we're living in, particularly regarding COVID. So I'll go first, just to give you a kind of model of this. So my name's Jonathan Starr. I'm the owner of a scenario planning consulting organization called Scenario Insight. I've been running this organization for around 7 years, but I've been doing scenario planning for around 25 years. And over the last 10, I've really focused a lot on how scenarios can be used for natural resource management. Spent a lot of time working with the U.S. National Park Service, and over recent years, with NOAA, and hence the kind of connection in with the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Something I've learned over the past 10 months of COVID. Well, I had to take my daughter to start nursing school in Boston this past weekend, and that was the first time I was on a flight for 10 months. I think what I've learned is that I missed going to other places, but I certainly don't miss airline travel. It was quite the experience that I don't necessarily need to have too much, but I definitely missed. I missed the fact that we could kind of be in other places. So I'm going to stop sharing there, and just if I could now go down the list that I've got in front of me, and just get everyone to kind of introduce themselves. Kit, maybe I'll go to you first, as you're the next on the list, and then Chris as co-host, and then we'll go down from there. So, Kit, I know you've introduced yourself really quickly. Do you want to just say another couple of words?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. And Kit Dahl, of course, and I've staff, as I mentioned. One of my duties as a staff for the Pacific Fishery Management Council is responsibility for our fishery ecosystem plan. I have a couple of other roles at the council, but certainly heavily involved with these activities related to the fishery ecosystem plan over the past year with the scenario planning effort. And what have I learned in the last year or 10 months of COVID? I guess I would say when I pretty much started working from home in March, when I got back from a council meeting, and kind of went into lockdown. And initially I thought, boy, I think I can be just as effective at home. This is very convenient, and I would be happy to do this for the rest of my career. But I have to say, after 10 months, I am missing the interactions for face-to-face through the office and my coworkers and so on. And so I think when it's possible, I'll actually look forward to spending at least several days a week in the office. So maybe that's something I learned, is the importance of that interaction and so on related to work, even though I didn't think that was so important when this all started.
Great. Thanks, Kit. Chris, you're next up in my participant list there as another co-host. So Chris Kleinschmidt, over to you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Chris Kleinschmidt, IT specialist with the council. Basically here running all the behind the scenes stuff, making sure that this works well. As far as COVID and my experience, it's been an interesting haul, but overall I'm going to mirror the similar comments that Jonathan and Kit has said, which I'm sure many of you also feel is I initially was enjoying the stay at home. I too am missing the office experience. I'm hoping though that what we've learned as a society is the 9 to 5 Monday through Friday grind isn't necessary. And so hopefully moving forward, we can we can have some sort of hybrid model. I do miss being in the office at times, but there are certainly days where I don't miss that commute at all. So maybe for environmental reasons and just overall efficiency, we can kind of embrace that in the future.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Let's go to Bob. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Bob Dooley. I'm a member of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. I live in Half Moon Bay, California. I think most people know who I am. Should I turn my camera on? People, I guess. Yeah, I guess I should. Okay. Yeah, I think what I've learned on this is, at the beginning, I was skeptical that the Zoom platform would work at all for our various meetings, and they've become very useful. And I think that they've done an excellent job. However, the in-person meetings, you can't replace those, and the workload that is generated by doing this, by in this format, I think it's actually added. When you said 9 to 5, it's very, very seldom 9 to 5 anymore. It's 6 to midnight, and to get the same amount of work done, and it's really difficult from a council perspective. I miss interacting with fellow council members and industry and the advisory panels, and being able to have informal chats in the hallway and around the table that help us get our job done and help us be informed. So I really miss that a lot. And I think there is utility in this going forward, but can't wait to get back together.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Let's go to Brianna next. Brianna Brady.
Good morning. My name is Brianna Brady, and I'm with California Fish and Wildlife out of the Monterey office. And I also sit on the Pacific Fishery Management Council to work on coastal pelagic species. And I think what I've experienced over the past 10 months with COVID is full appreciation for my mom and my husband's parents for all the help and support they've been giving us with our kids. We have an 8-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter, and just all the work that goes into having to homeschool.
Thanks, Brianna. Okay, great. Let's go to Karen. Karen Braby.
Good morning, everybody. I am not sharing video because of bandwidth issues. I am with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, along with a couple of the previous speakers, and have been working with the council for about 10 years or so, 8 years, on various issues. And I focus on ecosystem, highly migratory species, and work with a couple of other folks at ODFW to cover all of the council management issues. I have learned so much in the last year, and it's all how to be uncomfortable and to have patience with that discomfort. And it's been discomfort about forced flexibility, forced uncertainty, forced disconnection, and finding ways to be comfortable with that and be at peace with it and find joy where we can. And like Bob, I really do miss that ad hoc interaction associated with meetings and associated with being in the office and associated with social events, and am surprised at how gratifying some of these virtual interactions can be, despite missing all of those in-person things. So looking forward to hearing part of the discussion today, and tomorrow I'll be popping in and out. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Karen. Corey Ridings, over to you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Corey Ridings. I am with Ocean Conservancy out of Santa Cruz, California. I am on the council's ecosystem advisory subpanel, as well as the climate core team. That's how I came to be here today. We focus mostly on ecosystem issues facing the West Coast and nationally. Something I've learned during COVID, it's kind of what everybody else is saying, but just how much I miss people. I think of myself as an introvert, but it's been really hard these last few months to not be able to see people. So very much looking forward to being able to go back to in-person meetings and just be able to socialize and see friends and family again. On a lighter note, I have also been interested to learn what my cat does during the day. And it turns out that that is actually a mix of sleeping and doing parkour around the house. So it's been a lot of fun to get to spend more time with her and my husband and our chicken. So good morning and thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Yeah, the animals are doing well out of this, I think, mostly. Yeah. All right, Deb Vandenberg. Debbie, you there? You on mute?
Yep, there we go. I don't know if you can see me. There you
go. Great.
I am retired from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, since July of 2019. Prior to that, I spent 20 years probably doing council work, cutting my teeth with ground fish, and then being involved with HMS management as well as ecosystem management. So very interested in this process even now. And now I'm on the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. I really appreciated some of Karen Brabe's comments she just made, because I think they really epitomize what we're dealing with climate change. Unpredictability, a lot of change. You don't know what's going to happen, and you have to figure out how to adjust to it. So I appreciated that. I would also say that I knew when I was retiring, my husband had already retired, and I knew I would be spending more time together, but this wasn't quite exactly what I had imagined it to be. So that's been a little bit different. Not a bad thing, just like other people said, lack of interactions, a lot less travel than I like to do, but spending a lot more time in my garden. So there's always an upside. And Corey, I watch my dog do probably essentially what your cat does, which is sleep all day unless there's a UPS person showing up outside the door.
All right, Deb, thanks so much. Let's go to Irene. Irene Gutierrez.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
All good. Yes, thanks.
Great. Irene Gutierrez. I'm a senior attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I work out of our San Francisco office, usually during ordinary times. And part of my portfolio is West Coast fisheries work. And one of the challenges we see coming down the pipeline is how to manage fisheries well in the face of climate change. So I'm really interested in the discussion today and looking forward to hearing from folks. So I've been cooking most of my meals during the pandemic, and I generally love to cook, but when you do every meal, it really can get wearisome. And so it's such a treat to get takeout these days. So I think I've been really appreciative for restaurant workers and folks who have the ability to channel a lot of creative energy into food, and have been really appreciating the takeout that I get, because it saves me from having to cook everything.
All right. Thanks, Irene. That's great. Let's go to Jan Roletto. Jan, you there?
There we go. Okay. Can you see me?
All good. Yes, thanks.
Great. Hi, I'm Jan Roletto, and I'm the research coordinator at Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary. And I was able to participate in the Garden Grove meeting early last year. And I find that during COVID, I'm actually attending a lot more meetings. I've also been working with National Marine Fisheries Service on the climate vulnerability for marine mammals. And I kind of concentrate on marine mammals, seabirds, fish, but also forage fish. And I find that, with this telework Zoom and GoToMeets and what have you. I've become very well adapted to using a Mac versus a PC, and which platforms actually work better with Zoom versus Adobe versus Citrix versus GoToMeetings, Google Meets. Yeah, so I've come into the 21st century almost, and I'm very grateful for my husband who does cook all the meals, and he is definitely a foodie and really likes experimenting with a lot of different spices. And I do really miss those in-person meetings and those conversations in the hallways.
All right, Jen, thanks so much for that. All right, let's go to Jessica Watson.
Hi, everyone. I'm with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as a member of the Ecosystem Working Group. So I'll be around today and tomorrow helping take some notes for this meeting. And like everyone said, I definitely miss human interaction besides just my quarantine family and interacting at in-person meetings and in hallways. But I've also found that during these 10 months, I have more patience and resilience than I thought. Especially given the fact that I now share an office with a 65-pound shepherd mix who really likes to bark at unopportune moments. Thanks, Jonathan.
All right, thanks, Jessica. Let's go to Jesse Zubchik.
All right, sorry about that. I had to allow the camera access. Hi, everyone. I'm Jessie Zubchik. I'm a project director at Fishwise, based in Santa Cruz. I mainly work with grocery retailers to help them build responsible seafood programs. So one of the things that we're starting to run into right now is that due to climate change, there's certainly some shifts in some of their more popular seafood items, and it's getting more challenging for them to find quote unquote sustainable options that meet their buying policies. So this is top of mind for retailers who want to make sure they're supporting responsible fisheries rather than unsustainable ones. I resonate with a lot of things that people are talking about related to COVID. I'm an introvert as well, and at first it was really nice to be home, but I'm missing the human interaction. And cooking has been top of mind. I've spent a lot of time learning more about spices and ingredients and just learning how to become a better cook. And that's been really nice. And I'm really grateful for that opportunity during COVID.
All right, Jesse, thanks very much. Thanks for joining. Let's go to John Coppin.
Okay, Kit, I don't know if the video's on or not, but not certain I know how to do that. But my name's John Kepin. I'm a commercial fisherman. My vessel is harbored in Santa Cruz, California. I'm advisor, fisheries advisor to the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust. I'm a member of the California Advisory Committee on Salmon and Steelhead, and I'm the California's troll rep to the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. And I'm the leading group advocating. I'm leading a group advocating increased access to the RCA for the open access sector for Northern and Central California. And what I've learned is basically I've reinforced that my wife and I are deeply in love. And the only way we're able to get through this. And I agree with most of the comments that the lack of personal contact within the council process is it's actually harming the way we get business done. And I'm looking forward to the day that we can be back together and having a cup of coffee or having a sidebar in the hallway. And thank you for the opportunity, and I'll mute myself now. Thank you.
All right, John. Thanks for that, and thanks for joining. Let's go to John Ugoretz next, please.
Hi, good morning, and thanks again for putting this on. John Ugretz. I represent California Department of Fish and Wildlife on the Council for Highly Migratory Species and Ecosystem, and I oversee our work on coastal pelagic species that Brianna Brady sits for. Been spending a lot of time working on the ecosystem side of things this year. I think this process has been interesting, and I hope you all learn something over the next couple days and help us get to the point of some thoughtful discussions about what may happen in the future. In terms of learning over the past year about COVID, I think it's really all been said. I guess the one thing I learned that I pointed out at our Southern California meeting was that the California prison system is involved in raising assistance dogs for people with disabilities, and we've benefited from COVID in being able to foster one of those dogs 2 times now when the prisons had to be closed due to COVID. And thankfully for the dog and the prisoners, they're back in prison. The dogs are back in prison. That's not thankful for the prisoners, but they get to be with their dogs again and help train them. So that's been a neat thing to learn about.
All right, John, thanks very much for that. Let's go to Josh Madeira.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thanks so much for the invitation to join this workshop. I'm Josh Madeira, Senior Policy Manager at Monterey Bay Aquarium, and I cover and lead a lot of our work on fisheries and aquaculture, and have engaged with a bunch of the folks in this meeting, but not so much in the actual council process. So it's great to get to catch a glimpse of all the good work you guys are doing. With respect to COVID, I think, I agree with what others have said, and I'd say flexibility is probably more accepted now than ever before, and I think that's something we can all embrace, especially because it's usually only when you're on video and off mute that your children will bang down the door, or the dog, or whatever. So I like that everyone can now all appreciate the humanness of just how we're all getting through. So thanks very much.
All right, thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. Let's go to Katie. Katie Grady.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife in Monterey. And I think over the past 10 months, I've realized that people and industry and small businesses are surprisingly adaptable and creative, and that my dog just sleeps and dreams really loudly most of the day, a lot more than I realized.
All right, thanks, Katie. Appreciate it. Let's go to Ken next. Ken Bates.
Good morning. My name's Ken Bates. I am a career commercial fisherman. I got on the boats in about 1967. I'm vice president of Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association. I have been a policy writer for Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association since 1982. And kind of my field of expertise has been land use, zoning, planning, things like that affect fishermen on the shore side. My COVID comments are pretty much relegated to fishing. And I think that the thing that was most striking this summer for my wife and I fishing was that the young fishermen that were fast on their feet, that were able to change their business plan quickly, were able to find alternative small-scale markets for most of the fish they caught, and were able to basically, because the large fish companies and stuff were pretty much hamstrung because of the fact that there was no employees, younger fishermen prevailed through what we've seen with the marketing problems that we had. So thank you. Thanks for this opportunity today.
All right, Ken, thanks very much. I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce this right. The next one I have on the list is Leisika.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lisa Parrott, and I work with Bureau of Land Management in Arcata, and we are stewards for the California Coastal National Monument. So we manage the rocks and islands off the coast of California, all the way from the Oregon border to the Mexican border. And we are responsible for the North Coast portion. And I also work and one of the main leaders for the North Coast Seabird Protection Network, which is a something that was started through the Kear-Stuyvesant Oil Spill Council and is funded in that regard. And we monitor seabird populations, but the project is really focused on human disturbance monitoring. And so it has been really interesting. I learned during COVID that a lot of people want to be outside, and as a public land manager, it's really, really challenging to navigate the increase in visitor use, especially in our King Range area. We manage the King Range, the Lost Coast, and this past summer, I was the acting manager and just witnessed people just really need to get outside, but to do it safely and to be kind of responsible for helping people access wildland safely without endangering each other and spreading the virus. It was a real challenging place to be. So I'm here to learn, and this is my first experience with this group, and I'm really enjoying listening to all that you guys are talking about. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Lisa, thank you so much. Yeah, welcome. Let's go to Marisol. Marisol next, please.
Yeah, hi, John. This is Marisol Garcia Reyes. I'm with Farallon Institute here in Northern California. I'm a physical oceanographer, and I'm also part of the scientific and statistical committee for the council. I'm very interested in these workshops, of course, since I do work with climate change impacts on the marine ecosystems in particular. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to be in and out because I have other pressing meetings, but looking forward what it comes out of it. My COVID experience, well, I join everybody else in saying, like, taking for granted how much human interaction is important. But I will add, I don't think I've ever realized how much of my physical activity is outside my home. And I've been missing that a lot. Sitting here in endless meetings, it's been quite shocking to how much I'm not a sedentary person. But anyway, that's my 2 cents for COVID learning.
Okay, Marisol, thank you so much. All right, let's go to Melissa next, please. Melissa Mahoney.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Kit and Bob, for sending me the login information so that I could join. I am a policy manager with Environmental Defense Fund, and I've been involved in the council family for several years now as a conservation advocate. Before that, I spent a lot of time working directly with fishermen and up and down the West Coast, trying to understand the socioeconomic performance of fisheries over time, and working with Sea Grant and NOAA Fisheries to produce some community port profiles. So I got to know a lot of folks in the industry and have learned a lot from fishermen as well as the scientists and managers, and have really enjoyed the council process. I'm a member of the Highly Migratory Species Management Team. Advisory subpanel, not management team. And I'm also a member of the Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy Committee. So we're very engaged with helping to implement digital technologies into fisheries at this point with EDF. We have an Ocean Technology Solutions team that I'm on. And we're also very interested in climate resilience work. And I've just really admired this process that you all have been doing to identify what might go on and really be very inclusive and thoughtful and creative about it. So I'm really happy to be able to join today. I'm also going to be hopping in and out because I have some other commitments, but hope to be back today for the breakout. And my experience with COVID in the last 10 months, sort of went through that like 5-stage process of sort of shock and denial. What's actually happening, and then kind of acceptance of the sort of mundane home life, which has been really wonderful in some ways, and really missing also, the social connection, family connection, traveling, outdoor activity. Although I do live in Santa Cruz, so very lucky that I have a lot of outdoor access. And most recently, I had a very direct experience with COVID. I actually got it somehow back in December. So I'm now healing and I'm much better, and I'm so grateful for my health, and just hope everybody else is staying very healthy and well in this time. Thank you.
All right, Melissa, glad to know you're recovering. Thanks so much for that. Let's go to Rosemary next. Rosemary Kosaka.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rosemary Kosaka. I work at NOAA's Southwest Fisheries Science Center in Santa Cruz, California, as a resource economist. And I was involved with the groundfish management team between 2010 and 2014, I think, for about 4 years. So it's been a while since I've directly participated in council meetings, but I appreciate the opportunity and the invitation to be here. In terms of the last year, I think I realized how much time I spent commuting to Santa Cruz, 1 hour each way, and really am happy to have that time back this past year. So I definitely don't miss that drive, but I do miss my colleagues at times. So thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks, Rosemary. Ola, let's go to Sarah Bates next, please.
There we go. Good morning. My name's Sarah Bates. I fish commercially out of San Francisco. One thing that I've learned about COVID is that commercial fishing kind of uniquely prepares you for being by yourself for many days at a time without freaking out about your social connections. And the other thing that I've been really impressed about, what Ken Bates said, no relation, is that many of the markets seem to have like an endless demand for fresh seafood, salmon specifically. I was really impressed at the number of people that are with a little bit of extra time and disposable income that they're not spending on gasoline are willing to buy a whole fish and just figure out how to fillet it and cook it. So thanks for having me.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it. Let's go to Sherry next. Sherry Flumefeld.
Hello. I'm Sherry Flummerfelt, and I'm the executive director of the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust, and we are a nonprofit based out of Monterey. I'm in Pacific Grove now, and we're working to support the local fishing community and also to really try to build more interest and excitement around local sustainable seafood. And during COVID, even at this very moment, I have learned how to deal with multitasking like crazy, as I have children whose class started 2 minutes ago and their internet's not working, and I'm introducing myself to a group of folks. So that has been the craziness of my COVID experience, multitasking.
All right, Sherry, thanks so much for that. Let's go to Steve. Steve Scheibler.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, Steve, thanks.
Yeah, I'm a retired harbor master. I worked at both Santa Cruz and Monterey harbors over a 40-year period. But after retirement, I formed a little consulting business, and I work now for 2 regional commercial fishing nonprofits. One of them is the San Diego Fishermen's Working Group, and the other is the Alliance of Communities for Sustainable Fisheries. And the Alliance is a Central Coast of California oriented group. 6 California ports are the member ports. And I think in terms of, I guess I'll also add that I've been on the Habitat Committee for the Council for about 10 years. And I'm also the chair of the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust and one of its founding members. I guess what I've learned from the COVID experience is, both that I'll really miss going back to, I do miss going back to normal life, so to speak, although I'm not sure it'll ever be really normal. It won't be really as it was. But I also am impressed about how adaptable we've become. I know I've run a number of meetings of the board directors of my groups that I'm working with by Zoom, and they've gone remarkably well. I've seen a lot of adaptation from the fleet over trying to restore markets and create new markets through direct marketing regimes, and to keep themselves in business. And so, and then on a personal level, our family, we do a weekly Zoom meeting. We have 4 grown children with grandchildren and what have you, and we have a weekly Zoom thing that's gone really, really well, and actually it's ended up being kind of fun. So again, adaptability, I think, has impressed me. But yeah, I sure will enjoy returning to a more normal situation. Thank you.
All right, Steve, thanks so much. Let's go to Travis. Travis Buck next, please.
Hi, my name is Travis Buck. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife out of San Diego. I've been with the department for about 15 years, and I supervise the highly migratory species and ecosystem management and outreach project for the department's marine region. I also sit on the council's ecosystem work group. One thing I've learned since the pandemic began, I really miss traveling. And I've learned that there's not a room in my house that I can't work out of. And although I'm primarily focused on Southern California, or at least that's what I've have the most experience with, I'm here today primarily to be a note taker for the breakout sessions. Thank you.
All right, Travis, thanks so much for that. And let's go to Yvonne. Yvonne Duranier.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yvonne Duranier. I'm with NOAA Fisheries out of Seattle, and I'm mainly here today to help Kit and others as a note taker and facilitator. Let's see, I work for I already told you who I work for. Something I've learned during the pandemic is that YouTube really does have quite a lot of excellent videos on how to repair your home appliances. So I can recommend those should you have, dryer breakdowns or whatnot. Thank you.
All right. Yvonne, thanks so much for that. And I think that's us through in terms of the participants. Is there anyone on the line who I have not called on or needs to introduce themselves? All right. Okay, so with that, thank you everyone for doing that. Obviously, it takes a little longer to do it, and thanks for those who were able to kind of put videos on. Clearly, this is different from most of the things that we've experienced in meetings over the years, but I think just being able to kind of make these connections through a longer introduction session, I think it does pay dividends over time. So I appreciate you doing that. What I wanted to do now is, without further ado, is to get us onto the purpose of why we're here. So we've done our introductions. I wanted to get us now thinking about scenarios and approaching this conversation. And many of the comments that we heard in the introductions there, I think are very, very relevant in that the purpose of why we've done this work around scenarios is because we know that surprises happen, and we know that the future is uncertain, and we need to kind of build in flexibility and adaptability. So the overall reason why we're doing this work and what scenarios are, even though we're thinking about the future, these scenarios are not predictions about what will happen. We've crafted them as stories about the possibilities of the future, what might happen. They have fictional elements. None of these things have happened yet. And they're there to they're really designed to stretch our thinking about what could be possible. We all know, we've all lived through, various different things whether it be in terms of public health, in terms of technology, in terms of politics, in terms of economics, that have probably surprised us over recent months and years. And there's no reason why we won't be surprised in the future. Therefore, we need to be really attuned to what those new opportunities or what those hidden risks might be. The scenarios that I hope you've been able to kind of take a look at in advance of this, what we're going to be doing today and tomorrow is less about now critiquing these scenarios. It's not about, is this a scenario I believe will happen? What we're doing today and tomorrow is asking, what if this does happen? How might these kinds of situations affect the fishing industry? What does it mean for management of fisheries? So it's less about, hey, can I predict what's going to happen or not? It's, let's believe that this may well be the case. What if it does happen? What would I do? They're imaginary stories. It doesn't really matter whether every single detail is accurate. We're really thinking about the kind of thrust of this story. And then finally, we know that the future is going to surprise us in some way or another. This conversation, everything that we're going to be sharing over the next couple of days, is really going to help us consider, what we could or should do to prepare and react when such developments occur. So it really is trying to get us into that mindset of, we can't predict the future, but we can anticipate a lot of things going on. And really, that's the purpose of what we're really trying to do here. So just by definition, scenarios, and hopefully you've been able to see some of the material that we produced in advance of this to prepare you. Scenarios are stories about the ways that the world might turn out tomorrow. And this scenario planning technique is something that uses these multiple provocative stories effectively to help change the minds and actions of a group of people so they're better prepared for tomorrow. So the purpose of scenario planning is really about using provocative stories about the future to help us think about, well, what could we be facing in future? So there are a number of benefits of scenario planning that you've seen in organizations and movements and processes throughout the years. By thinking in terms of scenarios, organizations often have quicker react to a changing landscape. That ineffective, they've rehearsed the future, and then when something like this kind of starts to come about, they then think, oh, okay, we've thought about this in advance, we can react more quickly. Decisions and plans become more flexible and considered, in that you're thinking about it not only in terms of what happens in one regard, but how a plan might work across various different futures. It stretches us to think about ideas that might be a little more innovative. It helps us identify risks maybe a little earlier than we might not otherwise do. And then another thing that you can possibly get from scenarios is if you get a group together and you say, look, here's a scenario we really want to either avoid or push towards, you can get alignment towards a common vision. So there's lots and lots of different kind of applications and benefits from doing scenario work. In terms of the work that we've done over the course of the past year, really since the Garden Grove meeting about a year ago that the couple of people have mentioned, we've been busy, and the team has been busy creating these scenarios in detail. And hopefully, I know Kit sent through references there to both documenting scenarios, report that we put together with the application for each of the different FMPs, and then we also pulled together a little 8-minute scenario video explaining the scenarios for the West Coast fishery. So hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at maybe some or all of those things, and it's giving you a kind of decent idea of the work that's involved and the kind of scenarios that are going to be platforms for the discussions that we have. If anyone's got particular kind of comments or wants to mention anything about the video or the documents and so on, really happy to kind of take comments on that and we get into our conversation in a moment or two. But hopefully you found those useful as a basis for the work that we're doing here. So in terms of content, remember these scenarios are stories about what we think might happen over the course of the next 20 years. So we can't predict the future, and a lot of our scenarios are based on uncertainties, but we can make some, let's say, some kind of prudent assumptions. So when we're thinking about how climate change is going to affect West Coast fishing, I think as we spoke and looked at the research and spoke with interviewees and so on, we knew that there are some condition changes that are going to be predictable. Ocean warming, acidification, hypoxia, and so on are important things that we know no matter which scenario plays out, it's going to be important. Demographically, there's going to be more mouths to feed. Growing global population is going to need more protein. It's going to come from somewhere. And we also know that human behavior, it has done and it will continue to affect ocean use. Maybe that's through pollution. And it also could be from kind of demand for additional commercial activities and how the oceans are used around that. And we'll see that come out in some of the scenarios. We probably should be expecting that the next 20 years is still going to be a time when technology moves forward with a much more data-intensive world, and that's likely to have impacts on how we kind of track the oceans. Economic and societal values, we know, are very much in flux at the moment. Harsh economic conditions, challenges in society are going to lead to kind of values in flux. Given demographics, maybe we'll see a kind of greater emphasis on sustainability. It's a big part of that. And then also on the policy environment, our assumption here is that regulations under the Magnuson-Stevens Act will continue with some kind of periodic update. So we see that the basic regulatory framework, I think we're making an assumption that it kind of continues. So all of these things start to kind of paint a picture of what might be the drivers that affect West Coast fishing in the next kind of couple of decades that are out there. Obviously, it gives us a high-level sense of change, but it doesn't give us anything that's kind of particularly focused at this stage. So what our scenarios did is they took a couple of what we're going to call key uncertainties or critical uncertainties, and if you pay attention here to the axes. One of those axes, we said, look, what we don't know is to what degree will we see kind of how will climate and ocean conditions change? Will they change in a mostly kind of steady fashion over the next 20 years with few extreme events, and we'll just see continued ocean warming, continued acidification, continued kind of hypoxia, but in some ways in a way that is relatively gradual? Or will we see a future where climate and ocean conditions change in a highly variable and volatile fashion with many extreme events? Those two situations, they're creating two very different situations. And then we also identified another key uncertainty around, well, what is going to happen to stock abundance or species abundance and availability? Are we going to see increases in availability, or are we going to see decreases? You put those two kind of key uncertainties together, that help you create these four different quadrants. And these are the four scenarios that way back a year ago in Garden Grove, we started to kind of to pull together. And this is the work that we've done over the course of the last year or so. And you can see there from a world of increased species abundance and mostly steady changes, that might be the most benign world of fortune and favor, and we'll go into it in a moment or two. A world of decreasing availability but mostly steady changes. That's a world we'll talk about in future, and we describe it as the blue revolution. If we're seeing availability decrease and highly variable conditions, that's a very challenging world we call hollowed out. And then the final one where we might well see kind of increases, but also a great deal of variability, we call that one box of chocolates. So you'll be able to see that each of these scenarios starts to highlight various different challenges and opportunities that the West Coast fishing communities may well be facing. And so in a moment or two, what I'm going to do is get us into a conversation here just around, for each of these scenarios in turn, we're going to talk about what we might see, given you've had the chance to kind of review these scenarios, what aspects of the scenarios are particularly relevant for Northern California? What parts of the Northern California system or coastal communities might be most affected in this scenario? And then are there kind of specific storylines you can imagine happening in Northern California in this scenario? Think about what we're going to be doing for the rest of this morning as, in many ways, helping us familiarize ourselves with the scenarios, giving them a bit of this kind of regional flavor. And then from there, we'll go in this afternoon to talk much more about what each of these scenarios means for particular stakeholders, like harvesters, like communities, like processors, like fishery managers, and so on. So that's the purpose of the next part of this. What I think we'll do is spend a bit of time, let's say another 20 minutes on the first scenario, and then we'll probably take a kind of a 5 or 10 minute break, and then we'll go through the others from there. So I am going to, I know I'm sharing my screen at the moment, and I'm going to go on in a moment or two, but maybe first I'll just check to see whether anyone has questions about the, let's see, if anyone has questions about the kind of process so far, or any questions about the agenda or what we're kind of getting up to, before we really go into these kind of these issues around the regional aspects. More than happy to take any kind of comments or queries right at this stage. Or if anyone has, and also I would say if anyone does have anything regarding issues, then please feel free to kind of put them into the chat as well. So if anyone wants to ask any questions, I've got the participant list up, and we can use the kind of hand up function and so on as well. All right. And Chris, I'm going to ask you, I can see that, sorry, it looked as if my audio might have been struggling a little bit. Is it okay to, is it coming through okay now, Chris?
Yes, loud and clear now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I would recommend maybe just not using the video in conjunction with screen share. I think it's just too much for your bandwidth.
All right.
Also, just another ad for folks who are attending. If you don't see the hand raise feature, you have to expand the participants list to see that button.
Okay. All right, I see. Okay, Steve, I see a hand up there. Thanks very much. Yeah, Steve, a question or a comment or a query right now?
Yes, thank you. Just in regard to the 4 scenarios, I guess I wonder whether it would be of any value to also have an understanding of where we are now. And when I look at the 4 scenarios, I can pick out a number of different things that seem like they're already happening now. And I guess I wonder about, sort of as a baseline, whether it would serve any value to establish where we are now.
Yeah. Steve, it's I think people could, what I'm hoping that we'll do when we get into each of these, if people identify, as you are likely to do, to say, oh, you know what, this is an issue that I think we're already seeing. It's great to get that. And what we'll do towards the end of the session, whether today or tomorrow, is I'm going to ask that very question. I'd rather not do it now to kind of anchor people in a particular place, but I do think it's something that is worthwhile talking about as we go through this. Because some people might say, oh, you know what, I think we're definitely in a box of chocolates world already. Some other people might say, oh, you know what, I see us very much in Blue Revolution or whatever. So I think it's a great idea, and let's keep that in mind as we go through it. Okay. So with that, let me just go back to my screen share here and remind us of the questions that we've got here, the aspects of the scenarios that are particularly relevant, parts of the fishing system that might be most affected. Let's turn first to this top left-hand quadrant. Remember, this is a world where The changes that we're seeing in climate and ocean conditions happen, and remember, this is describing the next 20 years. So the changes that we're seeing might happen more gradually than we might otherwise expect. And also, this is a world where we're seeing stock availability increasing, or at least maintained. So, just kind of very briefly explaining it here. So in this scenario, climate and ocean conditions, they don't vary wildly from year to year. Coupled with the abundant fish stocks, this is a kind of mostly benign world for ocean users. We're seeing target species occur more widely with this kind of stock availability. You might well see some range shifts, often appearing farther north than they do today. If the climate conditions are relatively benign, industry economics in this world may well be tougher. We posit that things like pandemics, maybe trade conflicts, cyber conflicts lead to kind of trade wars. So it's a tough economic environment, let's say, over the course of the next coming decade. And then over time, because of the trade wars, the US fishing industry becomes less international, relies much more on domestic demand. That domestic demand, also kind of couples with a renewed emphasis on buying local and then exploring community-based approaches to fishery management. So there's quite a few things going on here in fortune and favor. Climate-wise, it's relatively benign, but still changing. And then also we've got a number of other things going on kind of trade-wise as well. Let's see how people feel, and hopefully you've got a chance to maybe look at fortune and favor if you've got some of that material in front of you. What I will do now is I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to ask Kit if I think you're going to take notes on this part of it through a worksheet. So if you've got screen sharing there, what we'll do is, again, look to see whether people have comments or views on this particular scenario. Remember, our first order of business here is to think about, as you read fortune and favor, what aspects of this scenario do you feel are particularly relevant for Northern California, or do you kind of recognize, or you think are kind of notable to discuss and talk about right now? So let's open it up there and see whether people have initial comments on how you see fortune and favor, and why is this a scenario that is relevant for Northern California? Steve, I see you've still got your hand up. That might have been from the last comment, but I will invite you if you've got it to kind of start us off. And Steve, if you want to do that, that's great. Otherwise, I'll go to John, who's also got his hand up. John, why don't we go to you first?
Jonathan, thank you. This is a conversation I've been having with a number of people, including Sherry at the Monterey Fisheries Trust. And the relevance to Northern California is kind of unique, and it's between warm water and really cold water. So we see high variability in species between the about 1,100 miles that we're talking about, Southern California, Point Conception, north to the California-Oregon border. And what I see happening, and in my perspective, is that I have contacts within all the fishing ports that were on that map that we saw earlier, and including Crescent City, which wasn't on the map.
Right.
And what we see is, or what I see, my observation is the small vessel fleet is declining in its prominence in the community for a variety of reasons, and that concerns me deeply. And I see a consolidation of the buyers, or at least an attempt to, which is a conversation that's relevant. And an example being what's happened in the Dungeness crab fishery in California, which is happening right now. And I also note that we have competition on the fishing grounds for renewable energy and the wind farms that are proposed, and yet to see what happens. But we also are all aware of what's happened over the last year as far as weather and the impacts that weather, particularly the firestorms that California's experienced over the last 2 or 3 years, will likely have significant impact, not only on salmon stocks, but all ocean species, as that fresh water is dumped into the ocean and has various kinds of sediments in it. God knows what's going to happen, but there are things happening that's relevant to this particular scenario. Fortune and favor. I don't have an answer for what's going to happen, but I've pointed out a few things to think about that apply to this particular conversation.
Yeah. No, John, thanks very much for that. And I know that, we're seeing it in Fortune and Favor. We're probably also seeing, some of those things, and we might see them to a greater extent in some of the others. So, the kind of the firestorms may well be something that we see coming up in some of the other scenarios as well. But no, thanks for getting us going on that. You referenced Sherry, and Sherry, you want to come in on this? How do you feel about Fortune and Favor? Is this how is this scenario kind of relevant to Northern California, and what aspects of it do you think is worth notable talking about right now?
I was just going to add, I guess, on top of what Sarah was saying, where there is this growing interest during COVID, but I think in general for local seafood, and people are getting more creative and really interested in buying local. And I think that taps into some of the points that you had on the last slide.
Yeah. Yeah. So the demand, as you say, Northern California, or particularly kind of just some of those markets, you might well see. Yes, you can imagine how demand could move in this direction, much more strongly.
Yeah. I think it taps into the existing local food movement, and seafood's been a little bit lagging, but you can really see it taking off.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to others. Let's go to Ken. Let's come to you, and then Steve after that. So Ken Bates. Ken, you got your hand up. You're still on mute. I don't know whether you want to. There you go.
See if that's better.
That's good.
All right, cool. So the thing that jumps out to me is John's comments of, about the loss of the small boat fleet. That connects directly to specific communities in Northern California. And if you look at the scenarios that were in this particular scenario, the details where we talked about rain shift, a relatively benign climate. One of the things that happens when we have a rain shift, whether it's during an El Nino or where it's a rain shift over a greater period of time, is that we don't also have a shift in the ability to open and close fisheries for small scale fishermen. And so what happens is that when an opportunity shows up in a given community, because we are hampered by our ability to switch gears in fisheries management plans, that community doesn't get any benefit from the opportunity that might be in its front door. So that is my comment for there. Thank you.
All right, Ken, thanks very much. Steve, let's go to you.
Yeah, I guess I have two comments. One is simply on the small boat question. The decline of the small boat fleet might not have as much to do with climate change as it does other, fishery management decisions made, some years ago. Mm-hmm. But secondly, although it's not in Fortune and Favor, it's down in Blue Revolution. The offshore wind development issue happening both in the Humboldt area and off of Morro Bay is already happening. It's already drawing a lot of attention and time from the fishermen to understand what's unfolding there. And of course, the offshore wind is a direct result of concerns over energy use and climate change.
Right. Yeah, and I'd love to get, and we'll certainly talk a lot more about that, Steve, when we come to Blue Revolution. Is there anything else that people, as they read Fortune and Favor, clearly it's a world of as we say, the ocean conditions. We are seeing rain shifts because we are seeing warming and other factors going on. Not really as volatile as some of the other scenarios we'll talk about later. And then we're also seeing the change in, let's say, demand composition, as Sherry and Sarah said earlier, around kind of local and buying local. Is there anything else that, as people kind of looked at Fortune and Favor, you thought, oh, here's something that is particularly kind of relevant for Northern California? Did people recognize sort of any aspect of this? Steve, almost back to your question of earlier regarding, do we see any of today in Fortune and Favor? Is that a kind of comment we're seeing there? Sarah, let's go to you.
I just wanted to say that the Fortune and Favor might actually be a scenario that makes commercial fishing more attractive to new participants. I mean, right now, I don't know. I'm not young, and I'm one of the youngest members of the fleet, because young people, people send their kids to college. They're not necessarily sending their kids to work on fishing boats. So a relative abundance of fish stocks and a successful fleet might actually make it much more attractive to new participants, which would be nice. I mean, right now, the obstacles to entry are really high, just in terms of permit costs and boat maintenance, and just sort of the attitude of, as a society, we value sort of soft-handed jobs more than blue-collar working jobs right now. Yeah. And as you know, it's a great point, and you could easily expand this scenario and say, well, maybe you're going to see in future, if college fees kind of continue to go up, or if there's problems with kind of cyber conflict as there is in this, then the kind of realities and the kind of the importance of the blue collar work might well sort of become much more attractive. So I can see how that could easily be almost a way in which you could kind of build this scenario a little more. Thanks, Sarah, for that. Katie, let's go to you.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to kind of extend that comment about bringing in more participants in terms of the recreational fishery. I think under this scenario, if we can assume that there's going to be an increase in species abundance and availability, I think there's definitely some evidence that tourism is growing a lot in California. So I think especially in Northern California being such a big area of the state. And in the pandemic, we've seen that quite a bit too. A lot of folks are getting outside more and looking for more opportunities to interact with nature. And so I think that's a definite possibility under this scenario.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Katie. Sherry, let's go to you, and then I'll go back to John. So Sherry?
Yeah, I was just going to add on to that as well. When Sarah was talking, I was thinking it could just be this whole tipping point in which if people see this as healthy, sustainable seafood, and then it becomes more attractive for new entrants to join the fishery, and then there's more investment made in supporting local industry because it's seen as sustainable, and there's an interest and drive to eat local. And I could just see a lot of positives could come out of this. It would just, one thing would lead to the next, would lead to the next. That would be great. I hope this happens.
That's right. It's part of the reason why we do these things. You can easily tell the difficult stories, but sometimes there are visions embedded in this that we can kind of shoot for. Okay, let's go to John. John Carpenter next.
Thank you, Jonathan. So Fortune and Favor in my notes translates to wild year-to-year variability. And I don't think we're in wild variability, but I think at this particular point in time, what we've seen in the last 3 to 5 years is variability, and what it's leading to is the fewer buyers, and in the years of diminished stocks, you find fewer buyers and fewer places for fishermen to sell their fish, and so they have to receive a lower price for those fish. And then all of a sudden we have a boom, and like we did in the last couple of years in salmon, and people coming out of the woodwork, and both more people participating in the fishery and buying the fish, and price went through the roof. And Grace, I think salmon next vessel price was up to $12 a pound a couple of years ago. Crazy. So going further into the future, that's not sustainable. People are going to fall out and not come back, because it's to be able to make the capital investment to participate and then have the floor fall into your feet. You can't sustain that kind of variability. And so long term, if you look at 20 years from now, you're going to have a very consolidated fleet, a very consolidated supply chain, and the general public is just going to have whatever's available. It may be local, it may not be local, but will people know whether it's local or not? So those are really questions that there's some others on this call that have a better view of that than I have. But at least I could ask that question. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Yeah. So what I'm hearing from you is, like, if the current trends continue, no matter what happens to climate, even if the climate, doesn't have the kind of the difficult effects we think it might do, even without that, you're still seeing some of these trends towards consolidation and so on that are going to pose some real challenges for the industry. Let's go to Bob and then Brianna. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you. I wouldn't isolate the shrinking fleets to just the small boat fleet. And, I think it's coast-wide, particularly Northern California. I mean, used to have a vibrant trawl fishery years ago, don't have that at all. You can count them on one hand, the number in Northern California pretty much, if you don't get above Eureka. I think that what I see as the biggest threat is we continue to lose infrastructure, accessibility to ports as a commercial sector, and fishing in general. And I think that as things move and as climate warms, these coastal areas become more lucrative and more desirable to live in, and they become, like we've seen in many ports, they become taffy shops, and the gear shops go away, and no ice machines. I recall a couple of years ago that I think there was one operable ice machine on the coast to start a salmon season. I remember John talking about that at one of the salmon meetings, and I don't see that getting better. I mean, I think as it moves forward, we're going to lose more infrastructure to support our fisheries. And it may benefit the small off-the-boat sales, but it certainly doesn't get the fish out of the water in a larger sense. And I think that we have to deal with that. I think that as it becomes warmer on the Northern California coast, it's going to be more desirable to live there, and will displace, as we've seen, a lot of the infrastructure and the fishermen that support that. So I'm worried about that.
Okay, Bob, thanks. Let's go to Brianna, and then Ken, I'll ask you, and then we'll move on from there. Brianna.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So I was looking at the Fortune and Favor, where it says many important target species occur more widely, often appearing farther north than they do today. And then the question, what parts of the fishing or specific communities in Northern California might be most affected by developments in this scenario? And so they experienced a shift in coastal pelagic species north a few years ago. So we got to see the difference of a fleet that's used to landing primarily in Monterey or in Southern California, and then all of a sudden there's more fish up north, and the infrastructure wasn't quite there, right? So typically you have an offloading chute, and then also ice companies that are available. And then on top of that, the roads weren't ready for the input either, because they use large trucks to transport the fish. And so they had to think about how do you get these large trucks down these tight roads, and they had to bring in shorter trucks that would haul part of the load, and then they'd switch out the truck on the other side. So just speaking to what we have experienced and how that community was affected, and that, you know, all of a sudden there were new fishermen in the area, and so the tourism kind of increased a little bit as far as hotels and the effect there. So just provide an example of how that's worked out. Thanks.
That's great. Thanks, Brianna. Appreciate that. Let's go to Ken.
Okay, thank you very much. I would ask the group to really think about what they've heard from both Bob and John. Infrastructure in Northern California fisheries, at least from San Francisco up, has been critical. I have had a long enough history here. We had the biggest ice and cold storage plant in Northern California. It closed in, I think, 2008. It used to be at the beginning of salmon season before the PFMC and things really got rolling. You know, in the early 70s, there'd be 800 boats a year to start salmon fishing. Everywhere you look in California, we are challenged by infrastructure loss. And the one thing that has kept certain ports in California functioning of all agencies is the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission is probably only the most protective agency that we have in the state to prioritize coastal dependent uses. Those are policies that we always have to turn around and protect and show up at meetings to reiterate the importance of having these things. So the infrastructure thing goes along with fleet consolidation. All of this stuff goes down at once. It all happens together. All right, thank you.
All right, Ken, thanks very much. Sherry, I just want to check. I see your hand up there. Is that for a new comment, or was that from when you spoke a couple of minutes ago?
Sorry, I'll lower my hand.
No worries. Okay. All right. Thanks everyone for that. So that gets us going. What I think we'll do, I have it coming up to like about 10:23, 10:24. Let's give ourselves a break, and we'll get back on at 10:30. We've got one more hour of conversation this morning. What we'll do in that hour is go through, in the same way as we have just done with Fortune and Favor, we'll go through Blue Revolution, Hollowed Out, and Box of Chocolates. So we're familiar with the scenarios that we're dealing with there, giving us a chance to think about why these particular scenarios might be relevant to Northern California, or what particular aspects might be. So let's take a break for the next 6 or 7 minutes, stretch our legs, and we'll come back in at 10:30, and then we'll get going again with those 3 other scenarios, and then we'll wrap up at 11:30 for our morning. Thanks ever so much for all your comments so far. Really, really great ones to kind of get us going. And now we'll start to push on. The next one will be Blue Revolution. So start thinking about wind energy, aquaculture, and other commercial uses that we may well see kind of coming on stream in the next few years. All right, we'll see you in about 5 or 6 minutes. We'll start again at 10:30. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we'll get going in about a minute from now. Just give people a chance to come back. Kit, if you're on at the moment, could you let me share? I'll just put a prompt up for the next scenario. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're just on 10:31 or so. As I mentioned, so we spent our time before the short break there, just kicking off our conversations around the scenarios by thinking about fortune and favor, a world of relatively benign climate change, fisheries doing okay in terms of stock availability. There could well be some kind of positive aspects of localization, but then also a realization that many of the factors that we continue to see, whether it be around consolidation or infrastructure availability, are still going to be kind of constraints and challenges. So fortune and favor certainly gets us going, and it's not as bad a scenario as some of the others. What we'll do now is let's move on to the second scenario in our set. This one now takes us to the kind of lower left-hand quadrant, where we have both gradual changes in climate and ocean conditions, but now we're seeing stock availability decrease as well. So the storyline that basically comes out of this is really around, this is a world where the commercial development of new ocean uses really takes off. In contrast to fortune and favor, where I think we saw trade friction creating a lot more kind of domestic and local demand and trouble with international collaboration. Blue Revolution is a world where we do continue to see kind of government businesses collaborating internationally, and they join forces to invest in alternative energy and biotechnology. Climate change is forcing people to really think about alternative ways of developing energy and so on. And so as a result, large offshore energy installations, aquaculture farms, and so on now compete very much for ocean space. The consequences of this really are around fish stocks becoming more concentrated in certain areas. May well be that we're seeing this range compression, and then that allows or basically forces those stocks to be in the same places whales, sea turtles, and others prefer. This challenges to kind of marine mammals, then calls for more regulation. So there's fewer marine mammals getting harmed. Just one of the kind of aspects of what we might see in a world like Blue Revolution. So same pattern here as we did previously. I'm going to stop sharing and ask Kit to put the note-taking worksheet up, and would love to just get thoughts from folks as to what's going on with Blue Revolution. What aspects of this scenario particularly relevant for Northern California? Steve, I think it was you that mentioned earlier around that we are seeing offshore wind farms in particular places. Let's talk about that. And anything else that strikes people as you read Blue Revolution, what's notable about this that we need to pay attention to when we're thinking about the future of West Coast fishing, and particularly the future of Northern California fishing? Who wants to kick us off in this regard? Ken, let's go to you. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Ken Bates, Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association. I would like to specifically address the wind power and other technologies, these non-fishing developments on fishing grounds. Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association right now has got 3 years of negotiating with the Redwood Coast Energy Authority over trying to come up with a minimization and mitigation plan for the initial proposed wind project right in the middle of Humboldt County's fishing grounds. On top of that, there's another site that BOEM is brought up recently that's down off of, between Punta Gorda and Shelter Cove. It's interesting to look at these documents. When you look through them, the amount of stuff that's the amount of content devoted to fishing is minor. My wife and I have just spent 10 days writing a 60-page rebuttal to the process of putting 4 submarine cables across the Eureka fishing grounds from the beach out to the 1,000-fathom curve. Again, that rebuttal is going to the State Lands Commission. There's the State Lands Commission, their mitigated negative declaration finding for these cables, is deficient when you actually look at the impacts to the fishing fleet. And I think that recently Jared Huffman has met with fishermen with the idea of trying to put together some subcommittee, kind of unofficial committees to try to get ahead of the impacts to wind power on the West Coast. But there is a huge push and to do these projects, and fishermen and coastal communities basically are just a tumbleweed in the road. That's how these companies have looked at this stuff so far. And I think that the impacts from these projects are to coastal communities and fishing is going to be huge when they go in.
Right. Ken, thanks very much for painting that picture of what's going on today, and obviously if we see this kind of scenario playing out, then much more of that, I guess, many more challenges and many more, as you say, almost like legal battles in some ways also. Anyone else want to come in on Blue Revolution and reactions to what we've put in there, whether it be alternative energy, aquaculture, anything regarding range compression, challenges to marine mammal species? How did, as you read Blue Revolution, what struck you about it as being, particularly either relevant or noteworthy to the experiences of Northern California? John, yes, over to you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Blue Revolution, in my mind's eye, is a direction we're actually heading. And Ken Bates has outlined the wind farm or the wind energy's attempts to gain access to the ocean. I think there's a project in Morro Bay or in that area. So it's wind energy is going to compete for ocean access. I believe, Ken, you can correct me on this, but I believe that there's a salmon farm type arrangement proposed in Eureka as well. And I see that happening more and more because, what this scenario says is that the commercial fishing fleet has nowhere to go, goes away. The demand for seafood-based protein increases as the population increases, and so the agriculture or aquaculture is going to be needed to supplement that diminish commercial fleets' contribution to the distribution chain. So this is kind of where we're going, and I think from the council's perspective, it needs to really be considering how you're going to support the fleets, whether they're the larger trawl fleets or the small vessel fleets. We're all in peril under this scenario.
Yeah. Thanks, John. No, there's certainly some real challenges in here. Again, it's kind of partially climate caused or like indirectly because of the push for alternative energy, but also a world here where, it might not be the kind of the direct impacts of climate that we're, that we're really thinking about so much here. Stephanie, yes, over to you.
Hi, thank you. So a couple of things come to my mind when I think of Blue Revolution. One, as a planner and economic geographer, I see that this competition for space, right? And on land, there is a lot of processes that are used to try to create mixed use plans, whether, right, when we're thinking on land, of course, it's, right, we can think about housing and residential and commercial, and how do you get all of these people in the same space and meet all of these needs at the same time. And so I think that will foreground where we need to go when we have those really intense competitions of space at sea. And I know in Oregon, they did a pretty good mixed use planning, understanding, and really similar to the MPA process in California, but really weighing out what are the ecological goals, the economic goals, and the competing uses, and how do we move forward so all stakeholders are represented. And that's going to take a lot of planning resources that might need to come down from the statutory budget. And then also, I think a lot about all of the people who have been engaged in the Dungeness Grab Task Force and the universities looking at gear innovation for the Dungeness Grab and the whale entanglement. And if the species are becoming more concentrated, there's going to be not necessarily even interactions with mammals, but maybe with choked stock species. So again, we're going to need a lot of opportunity and innovation to create private and public partnerships to help fishermen continue to fish with gear that allows them the adaptability that's necessary.
Right. No, thanks, Stephanie. And as you say, really interesting, the gear innovation, one thing, and then the, can we see the models of mixed use planning and what happens on land? Is that something that we'll see much more of as we start to think about ocean space? Yeah, really interesting stuff there. Thank you. Josh, your thoughts on this? Thanks for putting a hand up there. Josh, what are your thoughts on Blue Revolution?
Yeah, I was just reflecting, if this scenario came to fruition and there were more issues with, specifically, I know the report notes marine mammals, populations in decline. I guess I was just thinking broader non-target species interactions. I worry, from a conservation perspective, of course, there's the concern about those non-target species, but from the fishing community perspective, I worry about the time that's needed for managers and for fishermen and all the stakeholders to be able to come together to be able to develop appropriate management responses. And that just takes a lot of time. And in an era of not a lot of other stocks or stocks in decline, I really worry about fishing communities just being able to make it through those times of turbulent times, and wondering if they even can. So I think it just sort of builds on what some others have said, but specifically thinking about how much time it takes to come up with new management situations and more dynamic management, particularly for those, threatened species.
Yeah. No, Josh, thanks for that. And as you say, there's a comment in there about just the kind of the rhythm and the time it takes to kind of conceive of and emerge with management plans in a fast moving environment, and what's the balance that needs to be struck there. Let's go, got a few hands up. Let's go to Jan. Jan, let's go to you next, and then John, if you want to come back in. So Jan Roletto.
There we go. So working for a national marine sanctuary, sanctuaries are more habitat management oriented rather than species oriented. And so our management really relies on a relatively few number of regulations, and most of those deal with either water quality, wildlife disturbance, or seafloor protections. And for the most part, our regulations currently prohibit any type of disturbance to the seafloor unless it's for research or commercial fishing or education. And so wind energy, alternative energy platforms that are anchored to the seafloor are currently not allowed in many of the West Coast sanctuaries. Can't say all, but many of the West Coast sanctuaries. It's just totally prohibited. And other sanctuaries, it could be allowed under various administrative type of situations under the regulatory process. So with sanctuaries, at least in Farallones, at least in San Francisco North, up to Point Arena, that area is pretty well protected to disturbance to the seafloor, including alternative energy platforms. That being said, we do try to manage and look forward to resiliency, increasing resiliency of the top predators, primarily the top predators. So that means that the forage fish, whether it be for salmon, birds, mammals, are of very, very high concern. And so resiliency in lowering other kind of anthropomorphic type of pressures, like entanglement, wildlife disturbance, that's where the management comes in. And so what I'd like to see is especially under this blue revolution, is really management towards resiliency, which will help promote forage fish, which also helps promote commercial fisheries.
Right. Great. Thank you, Jen, for that. And what we'll be doing as we roll through these conversations is getting much more towards, okay, from describing the scenario to thinking about the challenges and opportunities. What is it that we really want to be kind of saying under this kind of circumstance? We need to be preparing in the following ways. So I'm sure this is going to kind of come back, and we'll talk much more about what does it mean to kind of manage toward resiliency and so on. Let's go to John. John, you put your hand up, I think, a couple of moments ago on this one, just to come in on a couple of comments on Blue Revolution.
Yeah, Jonathan, thank you. I noticed the bullet point that we wrote regarding the council support. I'd like to amend that. We all know the council serves as an advisory to NIMS, and actually the support from the Department of Commerce has got to go that high. It is really, really where we're going to need the support. And I'm thinking about models that are in agriculture right now, where there's farm subsidies, and perhaps as this scenario develops, that's really what is going to keep the commercial salmon or the commercial fishing fleets in as a viable business. And it's really the council's in that network of decision making, but I don't think I misspoke there. It's not a council decision. They're just part of that decision tree, if you will.
Okay.
To make that clarification.
Great. Thanks for clarifying on that. Kit, you've got that. Yep. All looks good. Thank you. Katie, over to you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention, I don't think this was brought up yet, that particularly for Northern California, under this scenario, it might be important to tap into existing or perhaps unlikely data streams for spatial planning, such as satellite imagery or historical fishing records, and how important some of those data streams, particularly longer term and spatially based data sets might become. And the other note I wanted to bring up is that I don't think it's any secret under this scenario that the energy sector has far more resources and far more funding than the fishing sector. If you could just point to the stock market yesterday. So I think ultimately, really working with the energy sector to commit to spatial planning, that it could at least limit the detriment to fishing communities and perhaps even find creative solutions that could be mutually beneficial, such as providing habitat.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. There's no doubt that that thinking hard about what the best way to deal with a powerful industry is and how best to collaborate is a really important part of kind of preparing here. Let's go to Bob, and then I know John and Ken, you've had hands up, but I think that might have been from previous. So let's go to Bob, and then I want to move on to another scenario. So Bob Dooley.
Yeah, I think Katie did a great job of outlining something, and I think there's a stark contrast between the approach aquaculture is taking in siting and how proactive they're being with industry and with all other users and creating a siting tool prior to issuing permits. And that's in direct contrast to what we're seeing with BOEM on the wind energy front. And I think we need to work to get a similar process in place so that we can, before we have a discussion, before a permit is issued, we understand all the implications and all of the trade-offs to having something in a particular place, and how that particularly the fishing industry and like relating to what John said, the databases that show where we've fished and what our footprint really is important to be in the mix. Yeah. And I think that that's something that needs to definitely be worked on, and that is in the upper reaches out of the council range. It's more it's more Department of Commerce and such to get some of these changes made. Yeah. So anyhow, that was my comment.
Okay, Bob. Thank you for that. Okay, I want to move on. I just want to check whether John or Ken, do you have other comments, or were those hands up from previous ones?
This is Ken. I do have one other comment.
Great.
Okay, in the part that has been brought up about the spatial use of fishing grounds is really important for us up here. In our negotiations with the wind power companies, the last 3 years, we're continually asked by wind power companies, where do you fish? They want us to point at a map and say, we fish here. Mm-hmm. And Morro Bay has had the same issues. The Morro Bay response is that fish move, fishermen move with them. What Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association has done is we have applied and we have been granted a $90,000 grant from Ocean Protection Council. We're going to work with Dr. Carrie Pomeroy and with two other fishermen's associations, the Fort Bragg Association and the Crescent City Association. And the idea is to map the generic fishing grounds from Point Arena to the Oregon border. So if you catch Dungeness crabs over a certain size type of bottom, over a certain depth range, those areas would be mapped. And we would do that we've got a couple dozen species of fish listed. There is the data that's available in the database from California Fish and Wildlife. Most of it is very, very inaccurate. Some of it's really old. And so this is an attempt to basically take a snapshot in time to show where fishermen are actually working right now in Northern California, with the idea that as things change from climate change or any number of things, that there is at least some sort of more recent database for where our work takes place. Thank you.
Interesting. Great. Thanks, Ken, for that. Okay, let's go to Jesse. Final comment, and then I'm going to move on to Hollowed Out. Jesse, over to you.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had a quick thought on that. So we're thinking about kind of the overlap between potential aquaculture developments and offshore energy developments and how they might overlap with current fishing grounds. But in these scenarios, we're also talking about how those fishing grounds may change location. So that's going to be really critical to be thinking of. Not only does that wind farm overlap with where we're fishing now, but where are we potentially going to be fishing in the future? And will that wind farm prevent us from accessing those grounds?
Yeah. No, you're right. It is by no means a static situation. And trying to really accommodate that uncertainty and that dynamism is clearly a very, very important part of that. Okay, Jesse, thanks for that. Thanks everyone for thoughts on Blue Revolution. It won't be the last time we're talking about this. As I say, the design of this session is really where we're going to kind of go back. You'll have another chance to think about Blue Revolution, the challenges and the actions that need to be taken from the perspective of a kind of particular stakeholder groups. So what I want to do now is move us on, and Kit, I know you're going to kind of change to the different worksheet. If I can just share my screen, because what I'll do, if you can just drop your sharing for the moment, and I will just kind of remind people of our next scenario here. So Hollowed Out, if you think about the scenario matrix, where we're now moving is from this lower left into the lower right. That is a world of stock declines and a world where climate change and the climate and ocean conditions are changing with a high degree of variability. And so this one is a particularly challenging scenario where you've got this high variability stock declines, creating kind of extreme and sometimes you'd say insurmountable challenges for many in the industry. So the way in which we've kind of describe this scenario. So a lot of the factors that we're concerned with regarding how climate is going to affect ocean conditions, whether it be acidification, hypoxia, maybe periods of extreme warming, it's going to affect the ocean food web in this scenario. You've also got the kind of physical damage of extreme storms and rising tides that might well cause damage to coastal communities and so on. Fish are scarce in a low supply world. Fisheries are suffering. Wild caught fish maybe become a high price delicacy in this particular world as the challenges mount in terms of being able to really access supplies. This difficult scenario probably means that there's going to be a winnowing out, and only a few large companies do most of the fishing and processing. By the time we get 10, 20 years down the line, and then scattered fisheries, small fisheries really scattered up and down the coast, they're trying to survive on erratic and irregular catches. So here's a scenario where the climate factors really do start to kind of come into play in terms of the way in which they're affecting ocean conditions. Okay, not a pretty scenario, but obviously worthwhile thinking about regarding what might be some of the particular challenges and opportunities. So I'll stop sharing and hand back over to Kit for the notes here, and really the same question to everyone. As we think about Hollowed Out and the potential for Hollowed Out, what aspects of this scenario, as you're reading this, are particularly relevant for Northern California, or what parts of Northern California, maybe specific communities, might be most affected by the kinds of developments described in this one. Who wants to kick us off with maybe some initial or reactions to this world? Can I see your hand up?
Yeah, I have some notes on this. And the thing that strikes me about this is the potential loss of coastal fishing. And if that were to occur, you would see displacement by non-water dependent coastal development, once coastal areas have been converted to non-water dependent uses, that won't come back. Nobody's going to tear down hotels, condos, restaurants to put fish processing and fishing facilities back in those areas. So I think that in this particular scenario, that's kind of the end of the coastal small boat fleet. Thank you.
Right. Yep. Ken, thanks for that. Yeah, as you say, even if these things are kind of episodic, then challenges like this may well become permanent. Jesse, let's go to you, and then we'll go to Deb after that. Jesse.
Yeah, it builds on what Ken was saying, and people have been talking about the importance of infrastructure in all of these scenarios, and of course it's going to be important here too. But additionally, the consideration that with these more extreme weather events and certainly tidal events, that infrastructure is going to have to be put in locations that are kind of far away from a severe tidal influx. We're going to have to consider that sea level rise aspect. And that's going to be critical if we're going to support those, the smaller fleets.
Okay. Yep. So relocation or certainly kind of siting of some of the kind of important infrastructure aspects there. Deb, over to you for thoughts on this one.
Wish I was, but with respect to the infrastructure, I guess one of the questions I would have and would ask the folks more familiar with that area is it possible, given that those are such high concerns relative to infrastructure for supporting the fishing industry, is it possible that increased offshore development can actually provide any sort of benefit to the nearshore coastal communities for whatever their needs for support in those communities are? Because presumably, other than possibly fish houses, I would think they may also have needs that are similar to the fishing community for maintaining those ports. So I guess it's more of a question than a statement, but that's my thought on it.
So in some ways, Deb, you're saying, look, in difficult situations, it might be that we need to think about this not as just the fishing industry on its own trying to cope and survive with this, but who else is kind of important stakeholders in this, and how do we collaborate to build protection together? Exactly.
Yeah. Thanks for interpreting for me, Jonathan.
No, it's a great point. Thank you. John, over to you. Your thoughts on Hollowed Out.
Let me address the last thought. That's kind of an interesting thought process to get into. My perspective is that you would see significant shift in coastal communities and how they're supported. And what I mean is that we would see less of a reliance or no reliance on commercial fishing for a community like, say, Fort Bragg or Bodega Bay's support of their support by the commercial fishing, and you would see more support from infrastructures from utility companies, for example, or recreational bed and breakfast kind of come look at the pretty view and the aging fleet of boats. So that you would just have a significant shift in the dynamics of the communities. They would no longer be fishing communities. They would be quote unquote coastal community. And I kind of got to come back to you because I actually forgot why I raised my hand. I can come back to you in a minute, okay?
That's all right. We're always there. Keep your hand up, John, and I'll ask you again. No problem. Bob, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly appreciate the concern about the small boat fleets and how that is is really disturbing, particularly in Northern California, in the threat to the existence of them. But I think it's also important to understand we're kind of all in this together, and large boat fleets, big boats, small boats, we're all kind of fishermen. We've all supported each other over the years, and I think the support for infrastructure is really important. And I think it takes all of it to keep that infrastructure viable in our ports, and to maintain that space and the footprint. And so I know there are a few initiatives going through fishery, to support fishery infrastructure and fishing communities through Congress. And I think that's important, to be able to preserve that footprint while things change, and be able to keep the fishing industry itself viable. So that's all I had to say.
All right, thanks, Bob. And any other thoughts from folks on Hollowed Out? Clearly, the notion of support, whether it's coming from lawmakers, whether it's coming from collaborators in having to rethink what a community on the coast is, a fishing community to a coastal community. What else strikes us about what's going on in this world? So let's go to Ken, and then John. I see you've got your hand up again, so that thought may have come back. So Ken, John, and then Deb. If you've got other thoughts, we'll go back to you. Ken, over to you.
I'd like to address the question, could offshore development provide benefits to coastal communities? This is something that Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association, Salmon Trollers Marketing Association, and the Crescent City Association are dealing with right now. This is a problematic thing. The policies are different in different areas for mitigation funds, mitigation streams off of non-fishing developments in the ocean. If you look at the East Coast, they put in all the wind power projects, and then they thought about fishermen after the fact. If you look at submarine cables in California, again, you would think that California is pretty good and we've got all our ducks in line. But the mitigation programs for submarine cables can be significantly different in different ports. In Morro Bay and in Avila Bay, which got cables back in the year 2000, they have mitigation plans, and they have a community benefit fund that works with all gear types. And they have taken the money that they have gotten from those funds and used them for a variety of projects all up and down the coast. The typical revenue stream off of a submarine cable in Central California, if the first cable goes in at $100,000 a year. Depending on the company, if they put a second cable in, it could be $50,000 to $75,000 a year. We have one port in Northern California where the entire revenue stream off of the cables has gone to 5 trawl fishermen. And so you really can't, it's problematic to expect that non-fishing dependent business will substantially contribute to maintaining a fishing port.
Okay. Yeah. So
yeah, I have something to say also. This is Sarah, but I can't figure out how to raise my hand. So
all right, Sarah, go ahead. Yep. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think that we have to be really careful about using like offshore wind or other sources to support our infrastructure and fishing communities. I mean, it's great in the short term, but I think it really sets us up for relying on that crutch when what we need to do is make sure that we have, we sort of have the self-sustaining infrastructure and social capital to keep our fishing communities, healthy and vibrant, because I don't think it does us any favors to rely on those sources. They're just kind of a deal with the devil.
Thanks, Sarah. John, you want to come in on this?
Yeah, Jonathan, thank you. Yeah, I got past my senior moment there and found the thought that I wanted to share. We've touched on it before, and that's loss of infrastructure. And those in the call that have listened to maybe in the past, it's a subject that I've brought to the council's attention on a couple of occasions. And basically we've lost ice machines. Those that are available are in disrepair. They're 1950 vintage technologies. They all need to be replaced. But where's the money to do that? And when you have high variabilities in fishing productivity, it's hard to find people that are willing to invest millions of dollars in ice machines. And it's not just the machine itself; it's the people to run it, and the people to repair it, and the list goes on and on. So, what we need to look for or look towards are state and federal agencies that are willing to bolster the infrastructure, which would include the ice machines, the dock upkeep, upkeep on supply chain suppliers, making sure there's hoists that are operational and available. And I think that we have to look at where this all goes, is that because there'll be less of a supply of fish, that there needs to be some entity, whether it's industry or if it's government, will need to look at how quality standards, and what are the quality standards for rockfish or salmon or squid or whatever it may be, and what training programs can be offered to the fishing industry, so that there's the old guys like me and Bob, we're getting out of it. We're not going to be around to mentor those hardy folks that want to engage in this industry. Trust me, it's not easy.
Yeah. No, that's right. No, so all great comments about this particular scenario, as you say, and John, I really appreciate you bringing that up there, just around in a world where we simply don't, where the conditions mean that the stock availability is going down. This is a very, very kind of tough industry to survive in, to enter, and yeah, clearly it's going to need support. Quite what that support is to in some ways mitigate against the worst effects of this scenario is a really is a kind of big question, I think. Okay, more to come on that, I'm sure, as we go into our breakouts this afternoon. One final thing, so I want to move us on to our final scenario that we'll kind of do our introduction on here, and this is the box of chocolate scenario. So the thanks, Kit, for that. The story in the box of chocolates one. Remember, we're now around to the top right of our scenario matrix, is really around the fact that we still have a lot of climate and ocean conditions variability. So we have a lot of extreme conditions, but in alignment or with those extreme conditions, stock availability is maintained, and so we still see that there are stock increases. Some of the stories that are really kind of looming large in this one, which I think is a scenario of very, very kind of high unpredictability, is one of technology kind of help temper massive unpredictability. In that technology is almost one of the things that kind of comes to the rescue. But the general story here is of ecological surprises producing a lot of uncertainty, boom and bust cycles, kind of range shifts going on in various different kind of ways, and new species and new species kind of emerging in various places that weren't there before. Some populations fish northwards into deeper waters, and then there's also the kind of the influx of fish from warmer waters, which we will see in most of the scenarios as well. Clearly, this is a scenario that requires kind of nimbleness and flexibility. Fishermen probably changing attention between different fisheries as conditions change. This is a world where, because availability is so unpredictable, then marketing catches proves difficult in that you just don't have the continuation or the kind of consistency of supply that you might have under ideal conditions. As I said, the technology part of this is probably looming quite large as operators, scientists, managers invest in monitoring and sensing, helping them kind of assess ecosystem conditions and find the fish. So lots going on here around really high uncertainty, fishermen really having to kind of to be flexible to find out where stocks are from year to year, and then using new technology probably to help them to do that. So I will stop sharing. Kit, I'll ask you to kind of go back into this one. And same deal again, everyone. So as you read Box of Chocolates and this fourth of our four scenarios, what immediately strikes you about this one that you think, oh, this is particularly relevant for Northern California, or here's a way in which I've seen things starting to happen that seem as if they're kind of relevant Box of Chocolates wise for Northern California. Who wants to kind of give us a reaction to this scenario for now? John, what do you think about this one? Do you recognize this kind of world?
Oh, yeah. Well, this is not the best scenario. I know not any of them are the best ones. Yeah. We kind of see it right now. Is it? And I'm going to use the salmon industry as an example. In 2018, if you all recall, we had, to 17, 18, we broke out of the drought. The salmon population was high. There was a ton of fresh water that was dumped into the ocean from both the Columbia and the Sacramento river systems. And just prior to that, the anchovy spawn was really high. So everything got moved south, everything. And the salmon fleet, all 580 of us, ended up in Morro Bay. Well, Morro Bay hadn't seen a salmon fleet since 1985. So the infrastructure was just scrambling to accommodate a fleet. Not all 580 boats went down there, but there was certainly in the range of 200. And so since then, since 2018, we've seen things change, and the salmon move north. And so the point that I want to make is that as the fleet moves, or in this scenario, you're going to see fleets move and have a wide range of where they're actually fishing as the fish stocks move and try and stay in habitable waters, if you will. And unless the fleets move, the infrastructure will have to be supported, because the infrastructure is not going to have a year-to-year steady supply. It's going to have it's going to be over a longer period of time. And so it's planning from the community and from the fish manager's perspectives has to be looked at in a longer periods of time than year to year. We may be looking at decades.
Right. Yeah, because the use of that infrastructure is going to have to be different in any given year, and sometimes it's going to be not well used, and sometimes it's going to be overused, as it were.
Correct.
Yeah. Thanks, John, for that. Ken, what are your thoughts on Box of Chocolates? Do you recognize this world?
Actually, I kind of do. My thoughts on this mimics, when you talk about high climate variability, boom and bust cycles, northern shift of southern species. This mimics the 1982-83 El Nino here in Northern California. When that particular event happened, we had Pacific bonita on the inshore areas, which we rarely ever see up here. Albacore, you could catch an albacore at 12 miles. We had pelagic red crabs throughout the entire summer and fall. And during December, instead of the herring spawning in January, they spawned a month early here. When the season opened up, there was no fish to catch as far as the herring fisheries. So it changed a lot, and there was very little that northern fishermen could do to access or market some of this fish as it appeared.
No, thanks, Ken. And as you say, so the unexpected nature of the conditions then, and really trying to say I'm sure it was just an incredible scramble to say, well, how on earth do we deal with this? Let alone kind of catching, processing, distributing, all of that starts to kind of get affected with this. Okay. Any other comments on Box of Chocolates? Obviously, technology we kind of posited in this world that if you are going to see a lot of unpredictability and you are going to see still there being a good amount of stock availability, then technology might be one of the things that emerges as being a very key aspect of new investment to help on this kind of flexibility side of things. Anyone struck by the way in which we're kind of talking about the technology in here? Anyone see any examples from Northern California or ways in which you might imagine the investments going there? Bob, yeah, thoughts on that?
Possibly not on this particular, what you're just describing, but more on understanding what the effect on fishermen and it will be in this scenario when the variability changes from year to year and the infrastructure has to adapt, and the moving farther distances from where these fishing operations are based to access fish from processors and buyers moving to areas that they're not necessarily based in, that all of that's going to add to cost. And, from my experience, that cost all gets deducted from the low end, which is the fisherman. So I would, maybe a result of this is a lower overall fish price because of these added expenses that tend to come out of the bottom end of it, rather than driving a price higher. And if it does drive a price higher, it also limits the market because of the increased costs. So
right.
All of that is kind of it all plays in a negative basis,
right?
In a lot of cases, it adds cost, and cost ends up being a lot of times weight on the back of fisheries.
Okay, yeah. So you don't see this one as positive, or maybe as lucrative as maybe some aspects of this are written. Yeah. No, it's a great point. Jesse, yeah, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I'm just reflecting on the recent salmon season in Monterey Bay, where we had unexpected tuna in the area as well. And in this Box of Chocolates scenario, things like the unexpected fishing season are going to be pretty common. So there definitely needs to be some sort of dynamic permitting and flexibility for fishermen to be able to switch gears quickly, so that they can adapt to, they're going out to catch salmon, but the tuna are available, and not all of the boats were able to take advantage of that. And on the technology front, I think if there's going to be more of these boom and bust cycles and kind of unpredictability in where the fish are, there's going to be we're going to need some like public investment or government investment in electronic monitoring of the fleet to have a better understanding of where the fish are and what's being caught.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Jesse. Stephanie, your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just thinking a little bit about traditional markets, right? Large buyers being able to buy large quantities that definitely are really vulnerable to supply shocks. But the bringing back catch of the day, right? How do we start creating economic and social connections within our coastal communities where those catches that are less predictable can start going into the communities in a more direct way? And we've seen, just an uprising demand within the community supported fishery space during COVID, and how do we, provide political support to foster those types of connections that can happen in lower volumes typically, but in a quicker turnaround and more adaptable markets to supply shocks.
Yeah. No, it's a great point, and as you say, we've grown used to the kind of the large volume and the predictability, and that's the way in which a lot of the investment and a lot of the kind of the everything's built. This does create a very different kind of set of challenges, not insurmountable, but it does need some new kind of thinking around flexibility there. Let's go to John, and then see if there's anyone else got a comment or two, and then we'll look to wrap up for the morning. So, John, you want to come in on this?
Jonathan, thank you. I'm trying to wrap my head around the use of technology, so it's kind of a wide-ranging thing. I'm trying to be specific. Look at my own vessel and what I've done to improve my odds, and I kind of look at it that way. It's my increasing the probability that I can be successful. And I got things like satellite navigation. I use a satellite rather than a regular compass these days. I have programs that I subscribe to that give me salinity and sea surface temperatures, and I can get those updated every hour. And I'm not the only one in the fleet that does that. We're looking at all kinds of different variables so that we can be in the right place. So there's a variety of technologies that the fleet is using today, and that will increase. But I also look at where we're going to go and being able to manage the fish stocks and manage the people that are actually doing the harvesting. And there's a lot of conversation about vessel monitoring, and I know in the crab fishery they're looking at solar loggers, and the question is can you use less expensive means of monitoring instead of DMSs, for example? And I don't know if this is possible, but almost every boat I know has the AIS. Why can't you use AIS? It's a rhetorical question, but the point is there's got to be common technologies that can be utilized rather than recreating the wheel, and as Bob said, increase costs. Because in the end, the fishermen are usually ex-vessel price is usually where those extra costs go to. I had one of the things that I actually did a beta testing for vessel monitoring, and there's technology there with things like GoPros that you can that are really inexpensive. But the part of vessel monitoring that gets expensive is looking at reviewing the data. So there's got to be algorithms that you don't have to look at every minute that camera's on. There's got to be an algorithm-based technologies that can do the job but not add significant cost to the overall product.
Great, thanks, John, for that. Josh, do you want to come in?
Yeah, just a quick point. I know there's been in this scenario, there's some optimism about the positive side especially on like maybe potentially HMS species. And I guess I would temper that a little bit, because I think that the downside of that high variability may be really challenging. And so while there may be a few periodic pulses, I worry particularly about any of the internationally managed species because of the number of players that are involved. So I just think we should temper some expectations there, even with greater technology.
Okay. Yeah, and so lots of, I guess it goes without saying, and I'm sure we'll come into this, Josh, that might well mean, especially with HMS, a lot more kind of international collaboration or kind of intersections there that we need to think about. All right. Let's see if there's any final thoughts. Bob, I'm going to give you the final word of the morning, and then we're going to kind of basically take a break, and we'll come back in this afternoon. Bob, over to you.
Yeah, I'm looking at this in a overall picture of the various scenarios. There seems to be a scattered conversation about how we may have to start thinking about interjurisdictional and intercountry agreements to temper where this fish may go. And I've seen it in there, and I think it's it doesn't necessarily relate because we're kind of in the middle here, but it does in that if we don't understand when San Diego runs out of their traditional fishery, or the Southern California runs out of their traditional fisheries because they've all moved north, what replaces that? And there will be, we see it already that there are Mexican stocks that are in U.S. waters, and it may, those things need to be thought about because the effect of not doing it increases fisheries competition in our area. And, on the other end of it too, there's not a fence in northern Canada. So, like it talks about whiting moving north, it may end up being an interjurisdictional between another region like Alaska to figure out how to rationalize these fisheries and not create a lot of instability. Mm-hmm. And so I see, that affecting our region in that if the ends aren't taken care of, we end up with added pressure in our area, people, transitioning to fisheries that they aren't in because they have nothing to do on the ends because those have disappeared. So it seems like there's a real need for planning in way in advance of these interjurisdictional agreements and how we might approach those. And I think there's actually examples right now that we could be working on. We don't need to wait 40 years to do it. That particularly in Southern California with anchovies and sardines and such, there's different stocks that are already in our waters that we don't necessarily recognize. So I think I see that being an issue.
Great. Thanks for raising that, Bob. And yeah, it is one of those things. It certainly was interesting. It certainly came up, as you might expect, loud and clear in our conversations with Southern California a few weeks back. As you say, less so here just because of kind of being in the middle, but nevertheless, it definitely has those knock-on effects. So it's really good to mention it. Thanks everyone for all your thoughts this morning. In many ways, this was a chance to familiarize ourselves with the scenarios. Think about what are the really kind of different factors that distinguish Fortune and Favor from Blue Revolution, from Hollowed Out, and from Box of Chocolates. And hopefully, this has given you a chance to get to grips with some of that. What I'm going to just share here a reminder of our agenda. So we've got through. Sorry, the dates are wrong there. So on the Wednesday, on the day one, we've got through the regional aspects of the scenarios. Where we're going to go this afternoon is to really think about. We're going to give you an allocation. You're going to go into a breakout group. So instead of having 25 people on the conversation, you're going to have for much of the afternoon a conversation with probably about 7 or 8 people, where you're going to be thinking much more about the kind of the stakeholder challenges and opportunities in each scenario. So you may well be asked to think very much in terms of, okay, well, harvesters in Fortune and Favor, harvesters in Blue Revolution, and so on. Or you might be asked to think more generally about coastal communities, or more generally about fisheries management. So when we come back in this afternoon at 2 o'clock, we'll explain a little more about the breakout groups and the conversations we want to have. And then we'll go into those for the bulk of the afternoon and then hear out towards the end of the session. But in the meantime, I hope you have a good break over the next couple of hours, and then we'll see you back at 2 o'clock for the restart. Let me just check with either Chris or Kit or anyone else. Is there anything that that we need to know or be aware of logistics-wise for this afternoon?
This is Kit. I guess the only thing that comes to mind as far as I'm concerned is, it's up to the participants, whether you want to log off and then log back in at 2 o'clock. We sort of have collected your names, who actually has shown up, and we're working on assembling the breakout groups for this afternoon. And we'll probably, we'll see how much we'll need to do another reassessment of who's around when we come back into session in terms of setting up those breakout groups. But yeah, other than that, I'd say it's your choice whether to stay logged in or log off and log back in later.
That's great. And thanks, Kit, for that. And then one other thing, we did our introductions earlier, and I'm just wondering if anyone joined us late that didn't get around to introducing. Stephanie, were you on our earlier introductions?
I was not.
Okay. All we did was just, so we all went around and just, name, affiliation, and just a kind of brief introduction. We actually asked people what they learned either about themselves or a new skill or something like that over the last 10 months of COVID. So Stephanie, I don't know whether you would just want to kind of do a quick introduction. Thanks very much for your contribution so far, just to make sure everyone knows who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. My name is Stephanie Webb, and I'm a lecturer and a PhD student at the University of California, Santa Cruz. I study fisheries and seafood and food security. I worked a lot in several of the California fishing groups prior to coming to academia, building fishermen cooperatives, associations, and community-supported fisheries. In the last 10 months, well, I have a 20-month-old, a 1.5-year-old son. So in the last 10 months, I have been able to achieve great things on very little sleep and very little childcare. So he teaches me a lot of time management, self-love, and more patience than I ever thought was even possible. So.
That's great. What a great way to end the morning. Stephanie, thanks so much for that, and welcome. Okay, thanks everyone. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you back at 2 p.m. As Kit said, your choice as to whether you just kind of keep it going or log off and then log back on, and we'll see you at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Thanks now. Bye-bye. Okay, it's just after 2:00. Everyone, welcome back. We'll give it just a few minutes to get some others just back on the line, and then we'll be setting up the breakout groups for the afternoon. So bear with us just for a couple of minutes, and we'll see who else joins in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll get going. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Chris Kleinschmidt, IT specialist for the council. I have 2 people on the participants list that I need to identify. One is registered as iPad. I'd like to rename them. And then the other one is maconsult49@gmail.com. If you could put in the chat who you are, I will get you renamed and assigned. Thank you.
Okay, just a question, Kit, for you, I guess. Do we want to go to the lineup for the breakout groups, or is it better for me to just set things up for the next 5 minutes or so and then come back to the breakouts? Your call on that.
Yeah, why don't you give the overview, and we'll see if a few more folks join. Then we can I can share the room assignments for folks, and we'll go into the breakout groups after that.
Okay, great. All right, I'll Kit, if you can, I can share my screen. Thank you. All right. So thanks everyone for coming back. Hope you had a good break. So our agenda this afternoon, remember this morning we spent time just going through introductions, understanding who's in the conversation here. And then most of our time was spent initially familiarizing ourselves with these 4 scenarios, and particularly thinking about, well, what are the aspects of these scenarios that really make a difference to Northern California? Where we're going to go now, after we've really become, a little more confident about what's going on in each of the scenarios, our plan this afternoon is now to break out into 3 rooms. We'll do this through Zoom, and each of these rooms is going to effectively represent a group of stakeholders that is dealing with fishing and the fishing community in Northern California. We're going to have one group that is predominantly focused on the interests of harvesters. We're going to have another group that's predominantly focused on the interests of, let's say, more general kind of communities, coastal communities. And we'll have another group that is predominantly focused on the interests of fisheries management. Now, obviously, not everyone falls neatly into one of those 3 categories. And so if you find yourself in a group and you think, well, I'm not a harvester, or I'm not a manager, what we do want you to do is to really think about, well, okay, from the perspective of managers, what are they thinking about? Or from the perspective of harvesters, what are they thinking about? So we've tried to, and Kit will explain this in a moment or two, what we've tried to do is we want to get you thinking from the perspective of those, particular angles in the community. So we'll spend the bulk of the afternoon really going through each of these scenarios, thinking about the challenges and opportunities for particular stakeholder groups in each scenario, and then we'll get back together at around 3:45 to report out on the different conversations that we've had in our groups. So again, just to reiterate, we're going to have 3 breakout conversations focused on the issues that kind of particularly matter to harvesters, coastal communities, and managers. We also have a number of people who are, let's call them, sort of researchers or fishery scientists, and we've allocated you across some of these groups. So some of you might find yourself in the manager group, some of you might find yourself in the harvesters group, and so on. So the nature of the conversation this afternoon is to ask you to think mostly around challenges and opportunities. So we'll be running through, as we did this morning, each of the 4 scenarios in turn, probably starting with fortune and favor. And we're asking you in that to say, okay, if you found yourself in fortune and favor, what would you imagine harvesters are going to be most concerned about in that scenario? But then also, any scenario probably has upsides as well as downsides. Some might be, more geared towards one of those or the other. And so we're also asking you, what's happening that's providing a potential upside, sometimes an opportunity for whichever group you're in, harvesters, communities, managers, in each of these scenarios. So as we go through each of these in turn, we're asking you to really think kind of very specifically around, if I'm a harvester, here's what I think I'd be challenged by, here's what I'd be most worried or concerned about. But then also, maybe here are some things that might provide some opportunities. And so that's what we'll do. Just to bear in mind, where we're going tomorrow is, once we've really thought about these challenges and opportunities, tomorrow's conversations are really all around, what would we do? What actions would we take to prepare for each of these scenarios? So if you find yourself in the conversations today, really kind of drilling down hard on this is what should be done, yeah, by all means, kind of have that conversation. But remember that what we want you primarily to do today is to really think about the kind of conditions, the challenges, and opportunities. Tomorrow is our chance to really get into, here's what we think should be done, or here's what we would do in order to prepare for each or any of these worlds. So as I say, we're probably going to have, just time-wise, we're going to have from now until about 3:45, and you'll have a host or a facilitator in each of your groups. You'll also have a note taker, and so it's probably going to round out at about 20-25 minutes per scenario as you go through this. Okay, I will stop there, and really happy to take any questions about the process that we're going through. As I say, you will have a facilitator who'll guide you through this, and also a note taker once we get into those groups. So I'll stop sharing, and Kit, back over to you.
Okay, Jonathan, so I'm going to share my screen. So these are the breakout groups. We've been assembling them based on who's here, and trying to, as Jonathan already said, both balance the numbers. So there's a little mixing and matching there. Another factor is just a sort of a technical issue. If you joined using the web browser-based version of the RingCentral application, you can't be assigned to a separate breakout group. Our workaround has been to make one of the breakout groups essentially in what we can call the main room, where so some of you may be in that main room, which we've allocated to the fishery manager group for that reason. So don't be too shocked. So I guess I'll just pause here, and if anybody doesn't see their name, well, let me also just mention the facilitators and note takers. You can see them at the top of each column here, just so you know who's doing what. John Ugaritz and myself are going to be doing the Harvesters breakout. Corey Ridings and Jessica will be doing the community breakout, and Jonathan and Travis are going to do the managers breakout. So those are your facilitators and note takers. So anyways, just pause here. If any of you don't see your name in these lists, or you have any questions or confused, speak up now, and then after that, Chris is the one running the breakout group, so he'll send you off to your respective rooms after this. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand or objecting, so why don't we proceed? Chris, if you want to break us out, and we'll get started.
Great. And Chris, as you're doing that, just a reminder to everyone, and to the facilitators, let's do this for 90 minutes. If you need to take breaks within that, fine. But we're going to go 2:15 to 3:45. Okay. All right. Thanks, group. It looks as if we've for the managers group, we're not being allocated to a separate breakout. We're staying in the main room. So welcome along to this particular session. As I say, this one is really focused on what we think managers will be concerned with, both in terms of challenges, concerns, and then also kind of upsides and opportunities. So the way in which we'll run this, and Travis, I'll ask you in a moment or two if it's okay to do what Kit had been doing in terms of sharing your screen. And Travis, do you know where to find the worksheets to record the material on this?
Yes, I have it pulled up on my computer now, and I will attempt to share my screen.
All right, awesome. Okay. Great. Okay. Thanks for that. So let's talk about, so the way in which we'll do this, and just Travis, you'll probably see this, and just for everyone else. So what we've got here is this this worksheet runs from, so the green square there is representing fortune and favor. If you scroll down, you'll see a blue square which represents Blue Revolution. The red square that you see there represents Box of Chocolates, and there's a purple square a little bit further down as well. So this is really just a way of kind of capturing any thoughts that we have here. So a chance for all of us to, obviously we had like 20, 25 people in the conversation earlier. This one is really a chance for us in a smaller group to think about, if we were facing, and let's take fortune and favor to start, if we were facing a world like fortune and favor, imagine that playing out in the next 20 years. What are fishery managers going to be most concerned about? What are they going to be spending most of their time thinking about? Remember, this is, and I'll just kind of go through again, just as a reminder to folks, climate conditions here are, they're not terrible for fish stocks. They're kind of benign in terms of what else we see in other scenarios. The economic conditions may be kind of much tougher. Demand is much more local, much more domestic. There's a lot of hostility in international markets. We are seeing range shifts in this world, probably with stocks moving north, and then ultimately fishing in some ways becoming much more kind of community-based or nature-based. So as far as this scenario goes, and we heard a lot this morning about what still might be challenges, what do you think fishery managers are going to be most concerned about in a world like fortune and favor? What's organizations like the council going to be thinking about and having to make decisions on in a world like fortune and favor? What are people, just to kind of kick off this conversation, what's in people's minds for this? And if anyone wants to just, Brianna, you want to come in on this?
Yeah, sorry, didn't raise my hand. So I just wanted to note that I saw some other folks join our group, and I'm just wondering if we moved folks around or what's going on there.
Yeah, let's check. So Chris, are you in on this one? I know John and I think John has just been allocated, and John, welcome back. Chris, if you're in, I don't know whether John Kaufman was due to be in this group or any of the others. And it might be Chris is busy doing something else right now.
Well, the more the merrier.
Yeah, exactly. So let's keep them there as much as possible. So if there is anything, So no, Brianna, thanks for checking that. So yeah, let's kind of keep this going. And for John and Sarah, I think you've joined recently, and I don't know whether you got kind of kicked out of another group or whether this is the kind of default group. What we're really thinking about here is, what are the particular concerns that you might imagine fishery managers paying attention to in something like fortune and favor? Is this a Is this a kind of plain sailing scenario for fishery managers? What are people kind of broadly concerned with in a world like this? Yeah, Brianna, go ahead.
Thanks. Well, I mean, it goes back to when we talked this morning about that second bullet where it says many important target species occur more widely and often appearing farther north than they do today. And I believe that other folks also brought up, you know, when that happens, we end up with this opportunity of new species in a new area. But the folks who live there may not have the proper permits or have the infrastructure to actually be able to catch that fish. And they may end up with folks from the south coming up and fishing in that area. And so it's figuring out a way to balance that need and to allow that opportunity to happen, and to also continue what other folks have been relying on as well.
Yeah. So what, anyone else want to kind of come in on this, or Brianna, for you, the sort of the implication to this when you say, and Travis, you've recorded that as kind of infrastructure may not be in place for handling species range shifts. Is that there's a lack of flexibility in infrastructure, or what kind of infrastructure are we talking about here?
Well, I was thinking, thought I lost you for a second. I was thinking along the lines of just infrastructure as far as what's on the coast and are they ready for that type of species? So equipment, but also the management structure too, of permits in place, and the ability for folks who live there who can actually fish that species, or if other folks are having to come up and fish it.
Yeah.
So two perspectives there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So even in a relatively kind of slow moving world, if we see range shifts, then we can't assume that the kind of fishery management, let's say the kind of current approach isn't going to get stressed. In a world of range shifts, there are going to be challenges for the way in which fishery management is done at the moment, and that's going to have to be addressed. Anything else? Just I'm thinking when we think about the kind of the management challenges, it's obviously that there's a lot that that is kind of depending also on the kind of information that is provided to managers. So let's think about all of these challenges as both almost like the fishery managers, but then also maybe the kind of the provision of information, researchers and scientists and so on as well. If we saw fortune and favor, and we anticipated the fortune and favor was the scenario that was playing out, is there anything that you'd say, okay, here's a particular challenge or concern that that scientists and researchers might have in a world like this?
I don't know if this directly answers your question or not. I didn't raise my hand. Sorry, this is
Stephanie. Go ahead, Stephanie. It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, for me, I'm just thinking fishery managers, one of their main aims is to ensure that we have sustainable fisheries, right? Like not necessarily the human side, but also very much so the fishery side. Yeah. And I think that we're having, there's going to be a lot of changes to the like modeling information and understanding what is a sustainable harvest amount in these different locations when we have these other pressures happening in the ecosystem for which these species live. So I think we'll have to understand to what degree that we're able, these changes either in water temperature or acidification, and also ecosystem level and food chain level, if there's changes to the plant life and the shellfish or the forage fish because of this, how is that going to change other species? So I think just in general, understanding how these things are going to affect actual harvest limits is going to be a pressing kind of concern. And then on the human side, I think, yes, finding a mechanism and then also the resources to manage that mechanism for the transferring of permits from one location to another as needed that adheres to the harvest controls. Right? So like if we have species coming from the south going to the north and this becomes a regular pattern, the fishermen from the south may either want to sell their permit to someone in the north and or move to the north, right? So there's going to be either a migration of labor or kind of a mechanism to transfer these permits from one location to another, because now we're showing a difference in population and where they're at. And then also, I think we noted in the other one a mechanism for understanding the need for gear adaptability.
Right.
And right now, I think that's there is a process in place for that to occur, but I think for a fisherman to complete that on their own, it might be a little more challenging. So how do we figure out how to have a mechanism in place to make that happen? For the human side, that's good for the environment, right? And then how does that, of course, affect our harvest controls? Right. And then I even start thinking about monitoring, right? Like certain vessels are in certain locations because we're used to using those types of vessels to monitor those types of species. And if that's changing, what is the department or the council, how are we going to have to work together to get the data using, different gear types that maybe species, new spatial distribution or range shifts of species call for?
Yep. Thanks for all of that. Just one question, Stephanie, on what you said earlier around you said that there are, some processes in place for kind of gear adaptability. The earlier point about like migration or mechanisms needed to transfer permits, are there processes in place for that at the moment, or is that something that would almost need to be developed for this?
To my knowledge, there's transferability processes for some permits.
Yeah.
Not necessarily all.
Okay.
I think there's other people on the call right now that are much better suited to answer that question than I am.
Yeah. Jan, over to you.
Unmute me. There we go. So a couple of things, really coming from more of the management research experience, really being able to identify ahead of time through research, monitoring, modeling, the connectivity of those really important areas, those really important habitats for those crucial life cycle stages of fish, as well as their prey species. And what I mean by connectivity is really being able to see how far apart those important areas are, where they are, identify where they are, because even in fortune and favor, there's going to be these range shifts, mostly to the north, Along with that will also be the predator species of those forage fish. And so then where management will have to come in is not only looking at the fish stocks, but also the potential impacts and kind of competition between fisheries as well as the other ecosystem needs and other ecosystem services. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to put out there that, through modeling now, with the information that we have now, we can better predict oncoming major events. Now, in Fortune and Favor, I guess that's supposed to not be extreme, but even now we are seeing, some very severe impacts from marine heat waves or from harmful algal blooms, and really just basically wiping out the entire red abalone wreck fishery in Northern California. So being able to model these events and better predict, I think that's what some of the state and federal researchers really should be concentrating on, looking at modeling and predicting those events, and really looking at connectivity so that when you come up with a management zone or a regulation, for example, a season or a limit, then management should be more proactive in being able to read those predictions and read those models and prepare the next year, the next 2 years, as far as extraction permits. And then there should also be enough advance notice to the onshore facilities as well as the infrastructure. That's going to be a little more difficult to be able to adapt. But really, the point I'm trying to get to is having management be able to better use the research tools that are there now, modeling connectivity between important habitats, and anticipating those northern range shifts with their management actions.
Great, thank you. And one thought that kind of comes to my mind, and in some ways this may take us and segue into question 2, in that as you say, we're wanting information to kind of be able to kind of better predict major shifts, and in some ways, Fortune and Favor is the upside of Fortune and Favor is that in some ways we are seeing relatively kind of slow moving changes or benign changes, and so there might be more scope for better collection of data over the next few years, because you do get a sense in which this is a scenario where things don't move quite as erratically and in volatile fashion as some of the others. So there might be an opportunity, or at least an upside to Fortune and Favor there, which is a little more around the kind of the gradual nature of change and the consistency. What else would give you, a sense of, if not hope, then certainly a kind of sense in which, okay, Fortune and Favor isn't a bad scenario for fisheries management because of the following? Is there anything else that kind of strikes you as being, hey, this is a reason for thinking there's an upside to Fortune and Favor?
Hey, Jonathan, it's Brianna.
Brianna.
So just to kind of follow up on bullet 4 under question 1 and to segue into question 2, the monitoring aspect of it, you had kicked us off by asking, about the science side of things. And it's one thing that I see as a challenge for the government agencies is being able to have our sampling in place for when the fisheries shift north. And so what could be an upside is better collaboration with the fleets to help with sampling when they do shift, and until we can actually catch up and have sampling the way it should be once it does shift.
Right. Yeah, and in many ways, the fact that the fleets are they're able to kind of go about without too many other challenges going on, you can see that there'd be kind of greater scope for collaboration in those instances. Okay. Anything else, and whether it be kind of risks or upsides or opportunities, when we think about managers or scientists or researchers, is there anything else as you look down those bullet points for fortune and favor? Is there anything else just to mention before we move on to our next scenario? Obviously, fortune and favor is probably in some ways it's got some aspects to it, but it hasn't got the major changes in storyline that some of the others have. But nevertheless, I think it's important to remember, what is it that could be, kind of facing fishery management in a world like that. Katie.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think it seems like under this scenario, and we're already seeing this a bit, that there's going to be a bit more overlap in fisheries, where there would have been an area that was, one popular fishery, as we now have other popular fisheries that are kind of bleeding into that area. And so I think that has the potential to create some conflict. I think there can be some benefit, but there's, physical conflict as well, just gear interactions, things like that. But on a positive note, since that's question 2, I think that this scenario, to me, and maybe I'm mischaracterizing it, I see more players in the game. Like I see more interest and more people across all sectors kind of being involved and invested in the future of Northern California fisheries. So I think there can be a lot of benefit to that, just having more academic interest, and that really helps managers at the end of the day, just getting the information they need and the resources needed as well.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great point, and you're absolutely right. I think this is it's not a mischaracterization. I think this scenario does, even though it's got a lot of economic challenges to it, the way in which I think it's the way in which we imagine this playing out is that there is a lot of change going on. This is why ultimately it becomes much more of a kind of localized, but also community-based approach and so on. So I think you're absolutely right in terms of there are kind of more players in the game and more interest in seeing success happen around this. Okay. Thanks, Katie, for that. Let's turn, and Travis, thanks very much for the note taking there. Let's turn to Blue Revolution. So let's go down to our second scenario. Now, remember this again. Our climate and ocean conditions still is a kind of gradual change, but we also see a drop off in kind of stock availability. Remember, this is our world of whether it be alternative energy, wind farms, intensive aquaculture, a world of range compression, and a lot of kind of competition for ocean space. What's going on in fisheries management concerns or heads or discussions? If you're imagining a world like Blue Revolution in 10 or 20 years' time, what are the risks or what are the challenges that are really need to be kind of thought about, particularly hard. So what are fishery management's like? What keeps them up at night in Blue Revolution? Brianna.
Just as a jumping off point, it's workload, in that now you're having to expand or broaden how many other agencies you're needing to send comment letters to and to be concerned about as far as, crossover.
Right. Someone mentioned earlier on if this is kind of alternative energy, then kind of connecting in with BOEM or so on is a big part of that. Is that a kind of example for that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and Stephanie, I see the note from you there around, and I don't know whether you can speak to this, or I'm happy to kind of mention it, and then Travis, you might want to put it in. Stephanie kind of adds on the kind of mismatch and siloed conversations between agencies. So, as you say, with there being a lot of agencies who are involved, and as the ocean space becomes more competitive, I guess there are simply kind of more stakeholders involved in this, and the dangers of kind of siloed conversations here. Stephanie, I don't know whether you're able or you want to speak to that, or whether anyone else wants to kind of come in on seeing that as a challenge for management.
I don't have too much more to add. I just, was kind of thinking about how, it's easy to kind of go in and do your workload every day and whatever that is and what that entails, of being familiar with your own agency's processes and procedures, but understanding that who are all the agencies actually working on something, competing uses at sea, and how are you supposed to know another agency's process, and or even, understanding how to read, or having a universal EIR of sorts. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. So, okay, so as managers, we're busier in this world. We're seeing that there are lots of various different kind of interests, and certainly from the agency's point of view, from other stakeholders as well. Any other thoughts on Blue Revolution? You think, here's a challenge that management, maybe are facing right now, but this challenge is really kind of enhanced or becomes much more intense in a world like Blue Revolution. What else is going on from that point of view?
This is Brianna. I'll just jump in and say I appreciated a comment. I think it may have been Jan. Jan, are you the sanctuary? Trying to recall. But at any rate, I'll go for it.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And you had commented that in the various sanctuaries in the area that certain types of energy or equipment can't be attached to the bottom. And so I feel like that's important to know, but it's kind of like we're a larger area than Southern California. It seemed like Southern California had a lot more concerns and issues in this realm. And so having that understanding, I think, is important to know what can and can't be done in the area.
Yeah. So what we have in, from basically San Francisco north, are two large national marine sanctuaries, both of which, so it's Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary, which runs from basically the Golden Gate Bridge all the way up to Point Arena. and about 50 miles offshore. Kind of encompassed in there is Cordell Bank National Marine Sanctuary. Both sanctuaries are older sanctuaries and have a much stronger regulation prohibiting disturbance to the seabed. And that includes cable laying, anchoring, dredging, all sorts of disturbance to the seabed type issues. It does not include commercial and recreational fisheries, except for in a portion of Cordell Bank, right at the top of the bank, where nobody really wants to do bottom trawling there anyway, because they just rip up all their nets. It's my understanding that because of the way our regulations are worded, there's really no way around it unless Congress changes our regulations. So it's not like it can be just an easy regulation to be changed. Other sanctuaries along the West Coast have the ability to allow certain practices as long as the benefits outweigh the issues or the changes to the seafloor. And those are done through not really a permit process, but it's more of an administrative process. So from Point Arena North, there are no national marine sanctuaries. And so I know that there are some potential BOEM sites, and they're trying to work out where to place those sites because they can only have a certain level of winds or wave action, and they have to be a certain distance from shore. So that's why they pick out those sites, which also are really great fishing grounds. And there are other issues, conflicts with other marine resources, like migrating sharks, migrating whales, seabirds, are all kind of disturbed in different ways to basically kind of posts in electromagnetic fields that are in the water column and along those cables.
So Jan, does it suggest to you then that the challenge, let's say, for managers here is to kind of understand what the regulations are where, in terms of, it might be very different in sanctuaries compared to in other places, let's say north of Point Arena, and then also almost like get in front of the almost the kind of the anticipation or the decisions that might be made by kind of other ocean users. Is that kind of fair, that it's obviously there's not going to be one blanket kind of approach to management because the regulations are different in different places?
Right. And you're working across NOAA versus BOEM versus U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that has seabird resources under their trust. So yeah, and then there's the state. So it is very complicated, and we are able to provide, the research community is able to provide a lot of modeling data as well as actual observational data for birds, mammals, as well as fish. And it's a matter of bringing either the models and the data together. And that's not such an easy task. Even where there's a will, there's usually a way, but it's quite difficult to kind of pull together the funding as well as the staff to do across all of those very different agencies to come up with the information that's needed to really cite some of these important alternative energy areas in areas that are going to be compatible with these changing range shifts and ecosystem services that are really important to the economies both state and federal economies.
Yeah. The other angle, of course, on this, the other angle in terms of other uses here is aquaculture, and I wondered whether anyone has any thoughts or perspectives on what might be some of the management challenges from that point of view. You know, is it the same as you know, kind of energy installations, or are there different challenges that might go ahead there?
Yeah, I think this is Katie. I think that aquaculture is also a really tricky, complex kind of mashup of interests. And I would just say from the management side, it's tricky because as managers, we want to be able to show where successful fishing has occurred. And I think for a long time, there was a period where kind of sacred fishing grounds wanted to be protected and not shared. And so it's a challenge to convince constituents in the fishing industry that kind of sharing that information in this scenario is one way that might benefit them in the long run, and sharing that information accurately. So I know I deal with older fishing logs, and I think there can be some value to them, and then also transitioning to more modern platforms to get that information, but also making sure that constituents are able to use that new technology and able to share the information in a way that they're supportive of and comfortable with.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that, Katie. And I guess, is there with aquaculture being a kind of a relatively new kind of area, is a question of who do you connect with as well? Is that part of the kind of complexity here in that there's no really kind of established either regulatory authority or established kind of corporations that are doing this? It's just that almost the innovative nature of it is one of the kind of sources of complexity.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of outside interest to a lot of investment from elsewhere. So that can get tricky because perhaps the folks that might be most equipped for our particular coastline to set up some the type of aquaculture that we all might want to see moving into the future, if there is going to be offshore aquaculture, that maybe the investment is coming from a side that's less familiar with our coastline, or so just kind of balancing that with the needs of existing fisheries, and also the need for more seafood and more protein.
Yeah. Is there anything? I'm struck in this scenario. Obviously, it's in the kind of lower half of the quadrant. So this is a world where stocks are declining generally, and even though we're talking here about there being kind of competing ocean uses, is there anything that a management challenge, just almost in some ways from the perspective of declining stock availability, declining stock abundance? Is there anything that fishery managers would have to deal with in that world that is, maybe different from what they've had to do before, or is it, no, you know what, kind of stocks have always kind of declined. We can kind of, we know how to deal with that side of things. Is there anything, particular around the declining stocks that makes you think, no, actually this is a particular challenge for managers? And if there isn't, let's turn to the other question 2 there, or the upside of this. So is there, we've talked about this being this is a busy scenario for managers. It's a complex one because you've got a lot of new players in the mix, and really knowing how best to interact with them, what information is needed to get decisions made is a tough thing. Is there anything described in Blue Revolution that you'd say, you know what, this is where this is an upside to fishery management? There's something that could well be a kind of a positive or an opportunity for ensuring that the work that we do is kind of is potentially effective. Any upsides on Blue Revolution? Okay.
Jonathan, it's almost like I feel like I'm coming more from the community perspective here, but I'll throw it out there.
Yeah, that's okay. Yep.
And it's almost like you have to carve out the importance of fisheries to communities, and making sure that if they are really important and people agree with that you maintain it. So, I mean, having some pressure from other groups might bring fisheries up to the forefront of their importance so that they are invested in more so.
Right. Yeah. So almost the argument being that, hey, more competition could really push more, more interest, more kind of almost like stake or investment in this. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point there. And I guess the other question I'd have, or from the perspective of upsides, again, as we talked before, not just managers, but kind of information science research. If you were looking for management information, or if you were a scientist or a researcher, would you see upsides to this scenario? What's going on in this world that you think, yeah, this is a good world for science?
So this is Jan. I definitely see there are upsides. I don't think that the conflicting interests are in being able to provide management for those is insurmountable. I think it's doable. It does take planning, and I think many of the agencies, especially the agency that I work for, NOAA, we definitely are looking at our restoration plans, management plans, well into the future to look at being able to continue a healthy marine ecosystem. And I want to stress the point that sanctuaries are also really cognizant of cultural and maritime heritage and the importance of that, not just with tribes, but with our stakeholders. And I think we have learned from the past, and we do bring in, just like this group here, we do bring in stakeholders from a different array of backgrounds and geographic areas in order to come together to solve a problem. And I think these series of workshops for the council is a perfect case in point where we are planning for the future. We are planning for all these uses of the marine environment. And so I'm hopeful that we're going to get there.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I know in other conversations I've had, particularly on the science side of things, this in the same way as, the idea that kind of more competition, more interest in the oceans. This is a world where you might really see a lot more attention and investment placed in good science, because people really, really need to know what is where and what we can imagine seeing in the future. And I think the same applies more generally, Jan, as you say, to planning in this one. Okay, let's turn to hollowed out. So we'll move across our matrix here to the bottom right and the purple one. And maybe I'll start just by asking Stephanie, you've put a note in the chat there around, you made a comment earlier around better understanding harvest levels and controls, and you reckon that might well be more appropriate, or certainly we can kind of reiterate it in the hollowed out section. Do you want to mention why you see that? And Travis, maybe the best thing to do here is not necessarily to kind of move it across, but just to kind of copy and paste, so we have the point in here. So Stephanie, do you just want to mention your thoughts on that?
I was just thinking about the different scenarios again, and how this is supposed to be like scenario oriented conversations. And yeah. I think just in this hollowed out scenario, right, it's talking more about like really having constrained species, or very low abundance, and then also really extreme climatic conditions. And so I think in this situation, the environmental concerns and processes might require a lot more attention than maybe some of the human aspects of managers' work. They're all kind of embedded within each other and entangled. But yeah, I just saw that if we are creating these siloed entities within the scenarios, that I thought it definitely needed to be mentioned again within this scenario, or moved.
Okay. So yeah. This is the point there around. Let's just check. And Travis, you might well be looking for this now. It's the idea of, is this the kind of the emphasis on being able to model and predict?
Yeah, and even kind of reiterating Jan's comment about the connections to habitat, right, life stages, right, just monitoring, sampling, all of these kind of daily activities, and under these extreme conditions, what does that look like?
Yeah.
I guess in comparison to the Blue Revolution one, I saw when you were thinking about kind of the optimistic side of things, that kind of from a staffing position, right? If there's less and less interest in fisheries just because there's new entities and organizations, maybe the actual fisheries workload might start kind of going down in general, and you might have opportunities to have these kind of liaison positions between fisheries and state lands, and or with managing aquaculture new development, right? And so you might, it seems kind of unsurmountable, the amount of trying to manage all these different things. But if less effort is going to fisheries and then more going to these other aspects, and then in contrast, in this hollow out space, there might be more resources needing to go to understanding sampling, modeling, and harvest controls, opposed to navigating these interagency relationships.
Got it. Yep. So in this world of let's say kind of a lot of ecological surprises and a world of really kind of suffering stock levels, as you say, it's a real challenge for management, isn't it? Do you invest a lot in trying to identify what's going on with particular stocks and with a particular species, or is there a different lens that you put on things, given that stocks can be kind of so variable from year to year? But it seems to raise an interesting question. I wonder whether people want to speak to this idea of do you still go after and try and kind of focus on particular stocks in this, or is there some other approach that is needed in such a volatile environment?
This is Jan. I have a question for the Fish and Wildlife staff, and this is related to some of my work with Cal Fish and Wildlife on trying to develop a de minimis fishery anticipated for red abalone once the kelp forests start recovering. What levels of that recreational fishery at what levels can permits be given out, and how to do that? So is there any concept within either the federal or the state fisheries management programs for a de minimis, planning for a de minimis fishery, knowing that there is going to be need in this scenario. There's going to be need for closures, and when and what levels can you open that up, and how do you allocate those permits?
And I guess I'd want to understand more by what you mean by de minimis.
Well, yeah, with the red abalone fisheries folks, they're looking at what levels of the kelp forest ecosystem and the rocky intertidal ecosystems where they've had to close the red abalone fishery. Once those ecosystems have recovered from the various marine heat waves and HABs and what have you, once the kelp forest ecosystem has recovered and the ecosystem is more in balance between urchins and red abalone, when can they start opening up a small portion? It's not at what year and what levels can they start that up? So do they have like a lottery for permits, and how many permits can be given out? There's a lot of cultural kind of societal cues that go into handing out permits. Do you hand out a permit to an entire family or to an entire dive group? Those are the challenges with a de minimis fishery. So it's basically not opening it up to a maximum capacity, because you still have a recovering fishery, but you still want to make certain that the culture of that fishing continues. So you want to open it up as soon as possible, but to a very minimum number of permits.
And Jan, what you're saying there is that this scenario is likely to see kind of greater pressure for that form of kind of intervention, or that form of kind of I don't know if it's extreme but unusual form of permitting. Is that correct?
I would think so, and that's more of a question of mine to the fisheries management groups, whether it be state or federal. Is there the consideration of a de minimis fishery? Is there a minimum number of permits for a minimum amount of take, and at what levels? So that if you do have a recovering system, you can still keep that societal, that cultural, the need for that commercial fishery to sustain itself even at a small level.
Okay.
Yeah, great thoughts, Jan. I appreciate your entire perspective, and it'd be great to capture that.
Yeah. Yeah, Travis is on it. Thank you. Anything else that strikes us? And I realize I think Stephanie's gone, so we're down to Brianna, Jan, Katie. Travis, if you have any, as well as writing, if you want to kind of jump in on anything here, please feel free to do so. So obviously, hollowed out is a very tough environment. There's a sense in which clearly as much advanced information as possible is going to be important, and so that's why the kind of changes to modeling information, understanding the ecosystem in general is going to be key in this world. The challenge again between probably agencies and stakeholders, and then the idea of how do you manage or kind of handle severely reduced fisheries, so being a big kind of part of this. As you read Hollowed Out and you think about it, and just imagine what fisheries managers are thinking about, is there anything else that's kind of keeping them awake at night? That there's clearly a long list of things, but is there anything that you'd particularly identify as saying, this is a real challenge in Hollowed Out for fisheries management? We don't want to see this, but here's the things that they're really going to have to deal with.
Hey, Jonathan, this is Travis. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. One challenge I see in the hollowed out scenario is more instances of disaster relief being required to bail out fishing fleets and communities. We've seen increased instances of disaster relief over the past several years. And in a hollowed out scenario, I think that it could become a new norm.
Yep, and that's thanks, Travis. And so that you see that very much as a kind of role for fisheries management, as you say. There's a disaster relief from whether it be storms or no harvest for a particular year. Any of those things could hit any of these communities.
Yeah, and I think adding to that is really having society understand the need to keep that culture alive. And so it's not just paying people to for their to sustain themselves, but it's also paying people to keep their culture alive. And I think that is something that management is really starting to see in the last several years, how important, especially in California, how important it is to maintain these different cultures across our state.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Anything else? I kind of hesitate to ask the second question on this one, which is really around the upsides. Is there anything? What's kind of almost like a relief or a I don't know, an opportunity for fishery management that maybe we haven't seen before, given the particular challenges of this scenario? Is there anything that you'd say, hey, look, this is something that really does provide some kind of silver lining for fisheries management if we find ourselves in a world like this? What is it free fisheries management up to do?
Hey, Jonathan, just the thought that kind of has been mulling around in my mind for a little bit, which is where, ecosystem-based fisheries management is something that this whole process is part of, and why we're embarking upon it, and just how that relates in the broader scheme of fisheries management. So, I'm looking at that the stocks have declined and hollowed out, and that it just seems like the ecosystem is in poor shape with acidification and low oxygen. Mm-hmm. And so this is for fisheries management, but it's kind of like, where do we fit in to improve the ecosystem broadly?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Brianna. In some ways, the kind of the unit of analysis here, almost you can imagine how it shifts from being, okay, a particular fishery management plan and a particular a particular stock, in saying, really, we've got to be understanding the kind of the broader context of the ecosystem. You can imagine, given the vulnerability over the overall ecosystem here, that you could see that starting to play out. Any other thoughts on hollowed out for folks?
I just want to say this scenario is very depressing, and it made me think that I would just be searching for a different job. So I really hope that it doesn't happen, and I thank you for not making this one the last one. Yeah.
Yeah. I was about to say, we don't like this one.
That's right. Yeah. No, that's right. It's just a couple of things. Yeah, scenarios there. You put them in place because they kind of almost they are cautionary tales. And then the other point, there is a lot of if not science, then psychology that goes into which order you do scenarios in as well. In that you kind of kick off with a positive story and you go from there. But yeah, it's well noted that it's good that we didn't end up with this one. Yeah, it's tough, and yet it's also, unfortunately, kind of all too plausible in some ways. So it's worth at least thinking about it. What are the ways in which we try and avoid going into this, or if we do head into it, then how do we mitigate the worst effects? But yeah, it's a tough one to deal with. Okay,
hey, Jonathan,
yeah, Travis, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say one potential upside you might see in a hollowed out scenario is an increase in invertebrate fisheries. So I might go ahead and jot that down.
Yep. So this is jellyfish and so on, Travis.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, as you say, we might be in very different different situations, different waters there. Okay. Let's turn to box chocolates. So remember that our questions are, what keeps fishery managers up at night, and then the upside. So remember, box of chocolates being in some ways our most volatile scenario. Lots of ecological surprises, lots of unpredictability, the need for kind of flexibility, certainly from a lot within the industry. Technology becoming a much more of a player and a kind of essential feature of management. So, what's keeping fishery managers most kind of awake at night, and what are they going to be concerned with more than anything else in management decisions under a box of chocolate scenario?
I would say taking the management concerns from question 1 on the fortune and favor box. And I think let me revise that. I think taking all of the answers to both questions from all 3 other scenarios is in this box, because it's a little bit of everything.
Right. That's a really interesting observation in terms of. So I can see how in the first one, I guess we had the kind of the range shifts. And we're clearly going to have many more of those things. And then I guess, Jen, from the point of view of Blue Revolution, the big challenges there were you'd see a lot of different user groups and a lot of different agencies involved. So there's, I guess, managers are getting busier and things are getting more complex. And then I guess was it Hollowed Out, you've just got this kind of sense in which you can't really manage for individual species. You've got to think much more about kind of ecosystems and so on. Is that, so that's just kind of picturing one from each of those. But is that kind of the picture that you're painting a box of chocolates there?
That sounds great. I like that. Can you write that? Travis?
Yeah. So Travis, if we go kind of, if we identify range shifts, as one, and the kind of the flexibility needed in there, the fact that we're busier with newer users, and then I guess the kind of the challenge of ecosystem-based management being the one there. So yeah, so maybe the workload one in Blue Revolution.
Yeah, I would add that box of chocolates feels the most real right now. Say that, reading it feels like a bit more of reality right now. Not, really knowing what to expect moving forward in every front, oceanographically and then economically. So, yeah, and I actually noticed in your document here that there's an example of new technologies like mechanized reading of otoliths, and I really support this scenario. I may have less otoliths to read, so I think that in this scenario, I see kind of this this weird paradox where, there's so much more unknown, but hopefully with the, budding technology in all directions, we might be able to get a better grasp on reality and at least do some short-term projected planning in some capacity that kind of helps on the management side. So I think technological advancements in this scenario are really going to help managers, both from the private sector and on the federal and state side.
Mm-hmm. There seems to be a lot of kind of onus here. So if we've got a bigger workload, much more uncertainty, the need for kind of flexibility, anything strike you as being, hey, here's what managers would you can understand that the kind of the flexibility and the nimbleness is needed. Can we kind of get more specific about that? Are there particular things that you think, oh, you know what, here's where here's a particular, let's say, practice or approach that management takes at the moment, that fishery management takes, and this is what would have to change. So just kind of double clicking on what flexibility might mean, or what all of those things might encompass. Is there anything that you think, oh, you know what, here's something that we do at the moment that if we found ourselves in a real box of chocolates world, it just wouldn't work, and therefore we'd have to do it differently?
And looking at the text that explains this, where it talks about stock increases.
Yeah.
So I would envision that there's a whole bunch more fish out there, and that then there's more interest from more fishermen. And so it's how do you allow that opportunity when you might have restricted access in place, and it's not that easy to get into fishery, or along those lines, if you have new fishermen joining, also you want to instill good fishing practices and have education and outreach along that theme.
Yeah. So and what are the management processes that, as you say, kind of encourage new entrants, encourage innovation and flexibility, while also realizing that there is still a degree of kind of control that's needed? Yeah. Okay. If there's anything else on box of chocolates, let's talk about it now. And maybe one thing that we can do is we'll go back into the main room at 3:45, or we'll get people kind of gathering in at 3:45, but we'll probably take a break before that. I'm just wondering, as we've gone through each of the scenarios here, I'd be interested in, one of the things that we're going to do tomorrow is we'll think a lot more about what seems to be kind of common and recurring across each of these scenarios when we think about the kind of the possible actions and options. So just to kind of preface some of that, as we've got a couple of minutes here, what strikes you as you think about the management challenges in each of these different worlds? What's kind of coming up time and time again? You think, whichever scenario we're really playing out here, this seems to just loom quite large in our minds, and be helpful maybe just to get a kind of couple of early thoughts out from you right now as to what seems to be particularly common challenges or common opportunities here.
I just want to echo some of the thoughts Jan shared about preserving the fishing culture, and how do we maintain that theme while allowing things to evolve. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Great. Okay. I think what we'll do is, so we're at 3:30. The other groups, we've plowed through without kind of taking a break this afternoon. So other groups might well have taken a little more time. What I would ask you to do is probably just stick on in this room, and by 3:45, what we'll have is the other groups starting to kind of rejoin us, and then we'll do a kind of quick report out of each of the points here. Let me see, is Katie, Jan, Brianna, Travis, any volunteers for just kind of a quick report out on some of these? I'm also happy to do it if you want me to do it, but if someone wants to kind of run through this fairly quickly just to give the kind of viewpoints, really happy for you to do that. So have a think about it, and when we get back together at 3:45, if someone wants to do that or drop me a chat, then we can go there. Otherwise, I'm happy to do it. I know that I'll probably just kind of rush through it, but if someone wants to take more time doing it, please feel free to do so. So let's give ourselves a break and be back around, or don't move from this room, but be back around at 3:45, and we'll get everyone else kind of gathering in, and then we'll do some quick reports out from the others, and we'll hear then what harvesters are thinking about each of these scenarios, and we'll think about what kind of the general points are from the coastal communities as well. Thanks for all the input on this, and Travis, thanks very much for taking notes. And see you at 3:45, still in this room when we're joined by others.
Thank you, Jonathan. Should I leave my screen up?
Yeah, that would be. Let's think. Yeah, why don't you do that, Travis? Because it probably makes most sense to do that. And what I've got to decide here is whether we just go through all four scenarios, or whether one of the things that we might want to do is just kind of, we'll talk about fortune and favor, and then I might go to one of the other groups to kind of get them doing that. But yeah, why don't you keep that one up for now, and then we'll get going at 3:45.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It looks as if we've got everyone back in the main room here. I have it at 3:47. Let's give ourselves a couple of minutes, and then we'll get going again at 3:50, when we'll just do some quick report outs on each of our breakout groups, and we'll go through each of the scenarios in turn. So 3:50, and we'll get going, man. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're at 3:50. We'll go until 4:30 at the time that we're going to wrap up. And we've got a couple of things to do in that time. So first off, would like to hear just briefly out from the groups. Obviously, there's been a lot of conversation, and I want to thank the table, the group facilitators and the note takers for collecting information there. And so what I thought we'd do is just kind of go through quickly some of the main points that were raised in each of our breakout groups. And from there, we'll probably take that until around 4:15, 4:20. We'll see then whether there are any public comments. I'll ask Chris and Kit to see if anything's coming in, because we have been live streaming this, and then we'll wrap up by around about 4:30. So let's do it in the following way. Travis, you're sharing the screen here at the moment. Travis and I were in the group looking at the challenges and upsides for fishery management. And so let me just check if anyone who in that group wants to do a kind of quick summary. If not, I'll attempt to do that right now. And what I'll do is probably just do fortune and favor, and then we'll go to one of the other groups to see what they had kind of coming up in that one as well. So maybe I'll kind of kick off with this one. And just to say for I think for managers, and we talked a little bit about scientists as well in fortune and favor, maybe one of the biggest challenges here is that we are talking about range shifts, and therefore the fact that we are going to see stocks move in that way does pose challenges for infrastructure. It poses challenges for management structure as well. For that we may not see those kinds of approaches in place for something like range shifts. It's also, I think, fortune and favor, even though it's probably the least change of the scenarios. We still know that management are going to need to see changes to modeling information and understanding, the kind of the overall ecosystem that's going on. The range shifts also mean that we'd need to see maybe you'd see crews and fleet kind of moving to different places, so the migration of labor, transferability processes for permits might well be needed, and then also some adaptability in fishing gear would clearly be an important kind of part of this as well. So management may well have a role in encouraging that. I think, as with all of these scenarios, we talked a lot around the kind of the emphasis of being able to kind of to model and ideally kind of predict what might be going on. I think is an important other part of this. And then Travis, if you can just scroll down to see if there's anything else coming up I think in the upside of the fortune and favor, I think our general sense was for managers, this is a scenario where more players are staying in the game. There is a return. There's more interest being involved, and overall, you've got stakeholders who are invested in the future of fishing and sustainable fishing, and that kind of positivity, helps managers, I think, in terms of thinking about the information they need to make smart decisions around this. So I think that's this kind of story we've got going on within fortune and favor. I think what I'm going to do, if this isn't too much of a pain, Travis, what I'm going to ask now is if you can stop sharing screen, and then I'll ask a couple of the other note takers if they want to come in and talk initially around fortune and favor. John Ugaretz and Kit, I know you did fortune and favor for the harvesters. So Kit, I don't know whether you want to share your screen with this one, and then we'll kind of go in turn through each of these, and then we'll cycle through each of the scenarios from there. So okay, lots to cover. As I say, just kind of let's detail fortune and favor briefly from the harvester's point of view, and then we'll hear from Corey on the community's point of view.
Okay, John, the other John, do you want me to do this, or do you want to do it? Either way, I'll go ahead.
And Kit, maybe just highlight sort of 3 or 4 of them, because we've got a few things to get through.
Yeah, I think similarly under fortune and favor, there's a lot of discussion about changes in abundance and a particular focus on how that would impact more the small scale fishermen who have less ability to move around, shift to different fishing grounds, and so on. So that was probably one of the major focuses on the challenges side. Maybe another related aspect would be how it would affect new entrants into fisheries and so on, and just the general learning curve about fisheries. Some of the upside, again, variability, if it's coupled with flexibility, both on the part of the fishermen and the management system, could present a bunch of opportunities, and also, and particularly in terms of new approaches to marketing fish, buy local, and things like that. So yeah, I think those are the main points I touch on for this one.
Okay, great. Thanks, Kit, for that. Let's go to Corey, and is it Jessica? I think might have been taking notes on communities. So if I could ask for the screen share there, and just talk us through what fortune and favor meant for communities.
Yeah, this is Jessica, and I'm going to actually give our report out
since Corey's having some technical issues. So kind of some of the main take homes I'd say from our group, which was the communities group, was kind of this idea for support for local fishing can be enhanced by local markets. But these programs aren't really easy to start up and establish, and direct markets kind of require a lot of effort initially and to maintain. And then similar to what Kit was addressing, just kind of the current concerns of the unknown and the year-to-year uncertainties, and with these shifting stocks, also those interactions with potential protected species and just the availability of certain species that are kind of those main stocks like salmon, and those will continue to be issues, and being flexible with those, and also kind of how the fishery leaders will be developed and or emerge, and just this idea that the fleet needs these leaders to represent these interests, and how there will be potential for a need of mentorship for new participants, as well as infrastructure to support them. And with regards to some of the potential upsides for this scenario, kind of the idea that smaller communities are more connected to local economic features in their communities, so they can really promote those, as well as making some of these commercial fisheries more attractive to new participants. And then there was this idea of more just collaboration and co-management at the local level, kind of based on this increase in technology that will allow more real-time data sets to be coming in that will make the co-management and just management in general and understanding of these shifting stocks and variability more transparent to industry as well as management. And then lastly, just kind of this idea that there is some protective language to protect some of these critical features currently in place. So just being able to have people represent to promote that.
Great, thanks, Jessica. And as you're on screen now, why don't we just kind of just go back? I know you've kind of stopped screen sharing, but Jessica, if you want to go back in and just take us through Blue Revolution,
sure.
And then we'll do the same, just kind of, highlight maybe a couple of things. Remember, Blue Revolution's our bottom left scenario. Okay, for communities, what was kind of looming large there in terms of what was the major concerns?
Yeah, I think the major concerns here, yet again, are these spatial conflicts between, the offshore aquaculture, offshore energy and fisheries. And just the idea that, some of these other groups are really well organized and have good public outreach. So it's really going to require the fisheries to come together. And part of that is also not losing the cultural history and the skills associated with the fishing and fishing communities, both the knowledge and the skill sets, and really making sure that that historical knowledge and skill sets are available in the future. And then I would say, for the potential upsides, there was a couple of mentions of current groups that have emerged as an opportunity to voice West Coast fisheries perspectives, specifically the West Coast chapter of RODA, and that they're kind of a plus and a minus is like a potential shift between industry, between fishing, aquaculture, and offshore energy jobs. So the negative aspect of that is that you could be losing some of these skill sets, but you also could be increasing diversity of job opportunity portfolios for the fishing community to switch to some of these other opportunities in order to continue to make an income and keep coastal communities thriving. So this kind of alternate livelihood. And then there was just a quick mention of the potential for like rigs to reef if there is like some of those recreational fish aggregation for offshore energy or aquaculture installations.
Great. Okay, thanks so much for that. And now we'll go to Travis. Can I ask you to pull up the fishery managers piece on this? Awesome, thanks. So I'll take this in terms of, so Blue Revolution for us, for fishery managers, I think that the overriding sentiment was that the kind of challenge here was one of almost like workload for managers, in that there was an expansion and a broadening of the maybe a complexity of the agencies that were involved in crossover issues. So fishery managers would then have to deal with, whether it be BOEM or others, state fish and wildlife and so on. So the potential for kind of, for mismatch and siloed conversations between agencies, and the fact that there are a number of competing ocean uses, the stakeholder fact here being very, very important. And so I think, for fishery managers, this is a more complicated environment with which to have to kind of try and deal with fishery management issues, whether that be with alternative energy and also with aquaculture as well. We're seeing that as a kind of complex matchup of issues. It's also with range compression and marine sanctuaries being another aspect here, and really thinking about the management that might be needed in areas that do have marine sanctuaries compared to those that don't. I think on the upside to Blue Revolution, the fact that there is more competition for ocean users could well push more, whether it be investment or interest. And so you've got a kind of bigger stake in making sure that fisheries do as well as possible in this kind of environment. And also these conflicting interests are not necessarily insurmountable. They are doable. A lot of people, making the important point that it does take a lot of planning. It does take a lot of attention to detail. But it's not insurmountable in terms of what fishery managers can try and achieve here, and especially if parties are interested in kind of planning for the future. I think the final thing that I'll mention on this one, and this came out actually in our conversations in Southern California a few weeks back as well, in a world where there is a lot of competing uses, and we're seeing the real need for good information about where stocks are and other kind of uses of ocean. There's a real investment in good science needed in a world like this. So lots of kind of challenges, a complicated environment, but things that weren't necessarily insurmountable there. Kit, let's go to you and think about what harvesters were talking about regarding the challenges and opportunities of Blue Revolution, and then in the way in which we're doing this, we'll ask you to also do Hollowed Out. So, Kit, over to you.
Okay. I think on the challenges side, maybe a couple of themes came out, kind of carrying over our discussion under Fortune and Favor about how fisheries would address changing stock availability, and perhaps that smaller vessels may be more disadvantaged compared to larger vessels due to a lack of mobility, and that larger vessels could move into areas, ports in Northern California, and sort of displace local harvesters. Things that have happened with the squid fishery in the past was sort of a basis for that discussion, and there's been some of that, and that seems like a fairly adaptable fleet that is used to following their target species. So there was some discussion around that. And then the other piece in the challenges was, competition for ocean space, ocean use, and it's pretty self-evident that'll be an emerging problem. Kind of a distinction was made between how the current process is occurring for wind energy, which doesn't seem to really be that accommodating or have mechanisms for accommodating the views of fisheries, versus aquaculture, where there are, at least within the NOAA framework, there does seem to be more of a mechanism for evaluating that in terms of siting facilities. And so maybe moving to the sort of ideas, that's one thing. Related to that, just a general concern about that commercial fishing interests are not really well represented in the forums that are talking about different ocean uses. On the potential upside, I guess one of the main ones was, it's sort of the flip side there is that with increasing pressure on ocean space, that could unite fishing people in the fishing industry more, and to educate the public and others about their concerns and to advocate for their interests. And then on the kind of species availability side of thing, there's a bit of discussion about sort of what's been occurring now in terms of marketing under the COVID pandemic situation, and that could present some lessons for how to market locally and market more variability of products, and that it shows that consumers may be more open to trying new things and so on. And then moving to Hollowed Out, most of the discussion focused on the impact of if assuming more storms, sea level rise, all those impacts on infrastructure, already observing that harbors close out, the entrance to harbors close out when there's heavy weather in a lot of ports in Northern California. And if, that would get worse, and could get worse to the point where, it would be a factor just causing fisheries to disappear. Let's see what else. So yeah, that was most of the discussion there around infrastructure. A number of other factors were brought up that would impact infrastructure, like loss of recreational fishing, and whether, at it from a statewide perspective, whether the risk of, a decision being made to reallocate government resources, sort of give up on the North Coast, if you will, and focus what available resources there are elsewhere in the state, and that could pit communities against each other. And then, well, it's hard to find an upside for this scenario, but one possibility is it could motivate more collaboration among the various agencies at different levels of government to coordinate better in terms of helping coastal communities and fisheries with these issues. And there is an example given of a sustainability plan for Eureka. And I guess another point that came up and related to that is, the loss really beyond sort of the physical infrastructure, the loss of sort of the community fabric and the social capital in ports, and how that would sort of create, a negative feedback loop, I guess, in terms of without that fabric or those social capital, then people couldn't mobilize to address these more severe problems. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, I guess.
Thanks, Kit. Appreciate that. Let's go to Jessica for the community perspective on Hollowed Out.
Yeah, so we kind of came up with the most concerned about really that this just kind of is survival mode given the dire conditions, which doesn't bode well for anyone. And specifically that, coastal infrastructure will not support fishing activities. And there's also, the risk of just access and due to inundation and erosion. And then like Kit was mentioning, kind of that loss of cultural history and, those coastal community fabric. And just the idea that, harbors, fishing activities may have to be switching between harbors due to some of these issues, given inundation, erosion, et cetera. And really, as potential upsides for this is really the idea that if strong collaborations kind of are built now, there'll be a foundation that can be used to really become more resilient as, you know, people prepare for this type of scenario. And new development of land-based aquaculture may be allowed for continued seafood consumption at this point, given the dire conditions that this scenario provides.
All right, Jessica, thanks for that. Let's shift to Travis, if we can get the hollowed out up for fishery managers. Great, thank you. So I think a few things maybe that I'll mention here, a couple of them or one or two of them echoing what we heard in both the others. I think, you know, the kind of the role of, you know, one of the biggest challenges here, the role of management. How does it keep the kind of culture of fishing communities alive in a world like this? And that might be a new set of challenges for management. And then also the role may well become one that's much more around disaster relief and emergency relief in a way that it isn't right now. We also talked about whether there were ways of developing or using de minimis permits or kind of like handling severely reduced or recovering fisheries. How do we ensure that fishing communities are still able to operate in a world of kind of rapidly declining stock? So how do you kind of ensure sustainability, and what might need to happen around permitting regarding that? So they were some of the kind of key things in terms of challenges. I think as far as opportunities or upsides of this, and in some ways it kind of keeps with what I think other people were talking about here. This almost like this nature of joined up thinking in a world where the challenge is ecosystem wide. And as we're seeing the kind of food web being affected, then it seems as if if not the only, then certainly one of the things that would be happening here is that instead of thinking about how to manage individual stocks or manage across just a particular plan, you're thinking across ecosystem-based management. So where do we fit in to improve the ecosystem broadly? I think becomes a kind of an essential fishery management challenge, and that may well pose some kind of interesting upsides and opportunities from there. Travis, if we can go to and we'll finish up with Box of Chocolates here. So let's go to the top. So I think the interesting thing for Box of Chocolates from the fishery management perspective was that the group felt that a number of the factors that were coming up in Fortune and Favor and in Hollowed Out and in Blue Revolution all kind of combined within Box of Chocolates. That was sort of range shifts, the fact that you're also seeing kind of workload increasing, and then also a kind of a sense in which you're going to get kind of restrictions and providing ecosystem-based management. All of those things kind of played into Box of Chocolates. I think also the point that was raised earlier as well, this again is a world where I think the challenges are that management and society really are trying to keep fishing culture alive, which is kind of big here. And then from the upside perspective, this is a world where fishery management will need to and should really put much more effort and incentives into emerging technologies and how that could help managers. So I think some of the key aspects here were that people saw that this was a world that they recognized very much, and some of the kind of challenges really did span across all of the different scenarios here. Okay, so with that, let's finish up Box of Chocolates with, let's go to Kit next, and then Jessica, I'll ask you to wrap it up from there. So Travis, thanks for that.
Myself. Okay, unmuted. Yeah, so for Box of Chocolates on the concerns, I guess some themes that came out here. I think one was around the issue of data and science. If you have high variability, that will make the science portion and sort of stock assessment and things like that harder. And it'll be more difficult, but there'll be a greater need to gather real-time data about what's going on in the environment. And related to that, kind of the idea to get more data from the fishing sector, using vessels as a platform for gathering data, but that will both require fishermen being willing to share the data that they gather on their vessels, and also for managers to be willing to use that data and consider it, genuine or valid data. And then another point that came up was around potential conflicts when you have a kind of a boom period, high species abundance for a stock, and the potential for conflicts, with protected species, particularly depending on what the stock status of those species like whales or other marine mammals are. If they're more abundant, if they're concentrated in certain areas and abundant stocks are also in that area, then you're going to see more conflict in that regard. And what will society's views be around the trade-off between fisheries and protected species? And on the upside, again, focusing on the sort of technology piece, the possibility at least that, technological development, innovation could lower costs, and that with more monitoring and understanding of the status and availability of stocks as a result, harvesters wouldn't need to, be so worried about constantly, immediately getting out and fishing on a stock, and they would have the information to be more strategic and less frantic about running out there and so any associated risks. I think that's pretty much the focus of our discussion on the upside.
Great. Thanks very much for that. And just finally, we'll track across to Jessica for final thoughts on Box of Chocolates.
Yeah, I would say that for us, like the theme of this scenario was really flexibility. So flexibility of the fisheries to be able to take advantage of new species that are available. Flexibility of having, as others have mentioned, that increase in technology that'll improve the nimbleness and adaptiveness and creativeness of the fisheries and also of the management. Having more flexible management to be able to allow fishers to take advantage of opportunities, and then also market adaptability and flexibility to really increase educating consumers and increase the markets for new products as they become available, and during more variability and quicker time periods. And then I would say lastly, like for the upside of this, we really found that like partnerships and learning opportunities between the fishing community and the ag community could be a potential upside here, where kind of learning how to deal with variability, and then the idea that some of these wild capture seafoods could be marketed as more high end and kind of a niche market given their low volume and the rarity as they become more variable through time.
Great. Okay, Jessica, thanks very much for that, and thanks to all for the notes there. And just as a reminder, what we'll do, Kit, I think we did this last time, just so everyone knows, you'll be able to access, or I think Kit will send around the notes from each of the worksheets this evening. So we'll have those with us when we get into our conversations tomorrow. So Kit, thanks in advance for doing that. Okay, for the few minutes we have left, I just want to check, and Chris, I'll ask you here: is there anything? I know we've been live streaming this, and I think anyone who's been watching from the public perspective has been able to either offer comments or questions and so on. So I just want to check if there's anything that has emerged in the YouTube live stream that we should take account of now.
At this point, I don't see any comments that have come through.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. So let me just see whether anyone from, whichever group, whether you were in Harvester or community or fishery managers, wants to just offer a thought maybe on making some connections or something that you found out a little bit more about today, or kind of stuck with you during the course of the day as we talked about these various scenarios and the various users and so on. What are you leaving with here today? Obviously, we're coming back tomorrow, and we're going to focus very much on the actions that each of these groups could or should be taking to prepare for the future. But before we go there, is there anything that people have in their minds, and you think, oh, here's an interesting development that I've seen, or here's an interesting theme that I think has kind of emerged during the day, that it's worth at least capturing or mentioning before we wrap up for today's session? Ken, yes, thoughts from you?
Well, I was pleasantly surprised, even though this is a very diverse group, that how many of the same issues came up again and again in the lists. And I think that is a good sign. Thank you.
Yep, there are some very common features here. No, I appreciate that, Ken, and we'll certainly be kind of doubling down on some of those tomorrow. John, your thoughts?
My observation is there's two themes that come to mind, or come boil the surface, both from a positive and a negative perspective. Is that and one is the need to be flexible amongst all sectors and all interest groups, and also the need to be highly collaborative between sectors and user groups. That you see those themes run true through all four scenarios.
Yeah. Why did John? I'm intrigued. You mentioned there how you and you mentioned like both from a positive and a negative perspective. Was that in terms of the different scenarios, or was there a kind of another angle for you on that? Because obviously, you'd say, yeah, it's good to collaborate, it's good to be flexible. When you mentioned positive and negative, was that referring to the scenarios or to something else as well?
No, not necessarily. But when you read through your notes, you can see these themes through all of the comments, positive, negative, on all four scenarios.
Yeah.
But overriding my point is that the lack of flexibility and collaboration is part of the concerns. But the upside is having more flexibility and collaborative efforts is actually one of the ways that we'll be able to survive. All user groups will be able to survive through any one of these scenarios.
Yeah. No, it's a really neat capture, John. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Any other final thoughts from folks? Okay, so if there is, Deb, over to you.
I was just going to follow up on that idea with respect to flexibility. To me, the other thing that came across, and this was true for all the scenarios, I think it just depends on the level, depending on which scenario it is, that there are some areas where you will need or expect that flexibility or want that flexibility. But I think there are other areas where you want to try and maintain stability, and there might be different ways to do that. And the two things that came to mind for me was port infrastructure as being something where you want to maintain stability, and also in management expectations. And it may be that a management expectation, I think stability is the right word, but in that you may be dealing with stocks that have huge variabilities, but the management expectation may be that for a particular stock that may come in from a different area, you have access to it or you don't. And you may be wanting to change those management expectations, but you know up front perhaps what they are. And so that's where, to me, that's an example of where stability is important to have that and be able to see it in the future. And that for us in planning, it's looking at those different things where we see flexibility is going to be an advantage, and those areas where trying to figure out how to maintain stability is going to be key to being successful.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Deb, and yeah, the way in which I've heard that, or the way in which I kind of understand that is, in very complex situations when things are changing, there are times where it's really advantageous to have simple rules. It might be kind of counterintuitive, but there are times where, yes, of course, we need the flexibility, but in order for people to understand or to be able to navigate through all of that, then that kind of consistency, stability, simple rules is something that has a lot of advantages to it. All right. Well, thanks everyone. We're just at 4:30 here. I want to thank you for your time today. We're exactly where we wanted to be. We spent the morning thinking about what these scenarios might mean for Northern California. We spent this afternoon thinking about the particular challenges and upsides that our stakeholders may well be facing. We're going to continue tomorrow morning when we get together at 9. We'll effectively be in the same groups. And now the groups are going to be given a different challenge. So instead of challenges and opportunities, the task tomorrow morning is to say, let's imagine that each of these scenarios play out. What are the actions? What are the ideas? What are the initiatives that we would need to invest in or start really putting in place in order to survive or to thrive in each of these scenarios? So we'll talk more not only about, let's say, flexibility and collaboration, but what would that collaboration look like? What would that flexibility look like? What other initiatives might we need to really think about? So that's going to be the point of tomorrow's conversation, very much idea generation about how we can prepare for these uncertain futures. And I think with that, that's about it in terms of what we needed to cover today. If there is anything else, we will be starting off tomorrow morning with what I call a kind of a overnight thoughts. So if there are things that kind of strike you and you're reflecting on a couple of things, we'll have an open conversation first thing tomorrow morning just to get some more of those themes or notable factors out. But in the meantime, I think we're done. We've done 5 hours of Zoom conversations, at least just in this meeting today. And so that's probably more than enough for all of us. Chris, Kit, any final thoughts from you for the day?
No, nothing for me. As you mentioned, I'll get the copies of the worksheets out to folks in a while. So in case you want to consult them tomorrow.
Okay.
Nothing here.
Okay. Great. Thanks both for that. And so we will see you all again tomorrow. We'll start at 9. So if you want to join just a couple of minutes before 9 tomorrow, and then we'll get going on the next part of the conversation. Thanks a lot for all your ideas and input today, and look forward to continuing tomorrow. Good evening.